Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Cat, what are you doing? Hi. Kevin? Why are you Kevining? He's doing the same thing where right when I start stream, he's like, hey, this lampshade that's always been here, I'm gonna touch this. Come on. I know you can jump. There he is. It's a cat. So, I'm not happy with... The label doesn't go on that side. That doesn't look right. I was wondering what looked off. Stream kitty. I guess Kevin's happy to see you guys too. How we doing? Jazz, Velka, Trade, Priz, Say, Freeway. The amount of charisma rolls in this run is sad. Sometimes Bard flourishes. Listen, I didn't want this amount of Bard. I didn't want it. Hey, Mick, how are you? I wanted the second Warlock level, but we ended up getting 3 Bard levels, 2 Sorcerer levels, on top of that initial Warlock level. So, it is what it is. I never asked for this. I used to have that as an alert, like, years ago. I think this is back when I had follow alerts. My follow alert might still be set to that, I just don't have it turned on. Oops, hand slipped, accidentally chose Swords Bard. Yeah. You know, Sven sent me a strongly worded letter. And was like, hey, you gotta pick Swords Bard. So I naturally had to do it. So we hit level 10. Level 10 was second level of Sorcerer, so now I could be a coffee degenerate and have infinite spell slots if I wanted. Maybe we will do that. I don't know. Morning, Dan. How are you? Maybe. I'm trying to think of interesting applications for meta magic. We took Extended and Twinned. Lurking all day, pretty much. I appreciate the lurk. Then to accidentally roll 2 Paladin. You're absolutely going to coffee. Listen, don't ruin my image of myself. Twin spelling Vicious Mockery with Resonance Stone? That sounds like a good time. We could do a bunch of that. Odin Robe. That's why I start stream alarm. Yeah. Important thing. Twin Minor Illusion. Does that even work? Oh, that would be great. You can twin Longstrider. Why? Why can you twin Longstrider? You can twin Resistance. That's actually kind of fun. I never thought about doing that, but that sounds useful. You can twin Hex. Ooh, that's actually badass. Okay. I have thoughts now. Twin Hex is kind of sick. Why don't the Sorlock enjoyers bring up that you can twin Hex? Because that one matters to me. How am I today so far? Still attempting to wake up. And you can tell I'm not awake because I just walked to Last Light instead of fast traveling.
A pair of boots to that traitor. Can't believe it.
Don't know what I cooked with that one. Let's go get
Take
Blood of
it.
Lathander. Morning jog. Wasting all their sorcery points to quicken Eldritch Blast. Yeah, probably. Learn to pro this game because of watching you haven't even played yet. I appreciate the thought, Mick. And don't give me all the credit, it's you. 27 AC how? Defender flails +1, shield is 2, ring of protection is 1, cloak of protection is 1. I have +2 to my dex modifier and 16 AC adamantine scale. I have 1 from my gloves. I have the fighter fighting style. And I have the 2 from Priestess Guts Shield of Fate. I could have more.
Very well.
I haven't gotten the AC boots from Mattis yet. And I could be running Iron Banded Shield or an extra 1 there too. I could run Ring of Twilight and stay in darkness to have a nice cozy 30 AC base. We probably do that. I have to fight Skan to get the telekinesis gloves. Also, XP, many target arrows, all that stuff. Hey, Control. Off today because my whole office is getting waxed. Do you need me to wax you too? Is that how this works? Reach the Crescent Tactician, already unlocking clues about Blood of Lathander, feel it within my grasp. Going in blind Tactician, wish me luck. Good luck, 3 geese. That's the luck. I'm enjoying reliving a first run through vicariously through you. Thanks for the updates. It's a lot of fun. Actually, I shouldn't go directly in this way. There's other stuff I have to do first.
Still alive?
You remember he has enhanced sleep. No reason to take scale mail over splint. I didn't have proficiency. Yeah, if I had had proficiency, I would have taken the splint. I just didn't. If I had somehow had, that ranger or cleric level early enough, yeah, my decision would have changed. Let's get the first and second level spell slots back now. Doing well. Turns out boss is playing the fuck out of BG3 as well. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing well, Control. I just put Helldust gloves on and punch these Grimishka, to be honest. They have evasion, so Holy Lance Helm won't be fantastic. But I don't really have a better option. Okay.
This calls for careful footwork.
I'm making IRL converts to BL3. Perception failed.
Is someone crying?
What did I roll? I was roll 1 under. Honestly, I should probably rage here. Yeah, let's do it. Get mileage out of that barbarian level. I don't want to cast spells here, so raging makes the most sense.
Have to keep going.
Caps lock on. Was my head just yelled the water? I guess evasion doesn't work on Smite the Graceless. Weird. So they do have evasion. One doesn't know it's dead.
It's been a long day. Oh, I need to rest.
I think I do actually switch to Daredevil gloves here. We'll do Amulet of the Unworthy. I like Adamantine Shield. Clothing Robe. The 22 AC is not terribly high, but high enough. I'll use the Fire Shield from the Infernal Robe. And what am I going to concentrate on? Resistance? Yeah, I'll just concentrate on resistance. Let me unequip these, put them back on, because sometimes they just don't work.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Best get in and out.
And did I forget to Featherfall? I did. Fine.
At the ready.
It's screeching for help.
Sure is. 3 bard? Yeah, third monkey. It's, yeah. Hey, Luke, how are you? I didn't realize they weren't willing to melee attack me here. I knew they weren't willing to give up. They won't even melee attack me. Maybe it's because I'm too tanky? No. I mean, I have 1 damage reduction and I have resistance. It could be that. Get shield of faith without concentration. Priestess Gut. If you bring Priestess Gut's corpse to Sovereign Glut, Glut can reanimate. You can use her version of Shield of Faith, which is just a 2 AC buff until long rest. We'll be doing a similar thing, minus the murder, with Roland in Act 3. He has a version of Mage Armor that functions the same way, differently than regular Mage Armor. So, by using Gut and Roland effectively, you can have an extra 2 AC for like 90% of the game. It's pretty nice. This is rolling very well. Crazy. I wanted to get mileage out of that fire shield. So I went up to take the hits. Not know about using Glut on Gut, that's crazy. I'm trying to think where I first found out about that. I might have found out about that from GM. I don't know. But yeah, it's useful. Yeah, there's 2 safe spots for dealing with these eagles. I prefer this spot over here, but like that's safe and this is safe. You always want to let the eagles spawn because it's XP positive, and also you get the materials to craft the potions of flying from the eagles. So you get a lot more potions of flying by letting the fight play out, rather than killing the ancient one before help spawns. Camera, don't do this to me. And the reason why I'm doing this so late is because the exploration XP spot that we hit on the way up here, I'm scrolling up to go to it. me a bit. There you go. This 500. Yeah, there's 3 different base values for exploration XP. There's spots that are worth 260 at level 10. There's spots that are worth 500 at level 10. And then there's the third value, which I don't remember, but we can go grab one of those right now. This is why we never went in the front door of the crush. I never even looted these corpses, I don't think.
So my kin are hunting cultists too. If nothing else, they'll be quick to cut down their numbers.
Is that 500 threading up to the roof? Yes. And this spot is 660.
Here we go.
Beloved morning,
The
Lord.
blood of Lathander, spilled in holy battle with Samaster, immortalized here for all to worship.
So they kept
30 quest
blood
XP for
Lathander.
reading that.
Sinful Lord,
wonder it
forgotten age, to lay thine eyes upon the blood of Lathander.
Did it? Told Karnas the queen requires he go fuck himself. Did he start fucking himself on the spot? Or is he a coward? Ran to the darkness, that qualifies? I suppose it counts. Well done, Viper.
Looking ahead. Best be on my way. Still breathing, despite everything. Can't risk being in open view. Conditions look right. Quite empty without all the other lakes.
Pavrilk! Your future ends
I
now.
lost initiative. Great. It's really not great. Have a jump potion for shovel? No. Imagine being prepared. Would not be me. Too high. I do you figure? Does destroying the Crush using Temple Mega Laser give XP for all the gifts inside? I don't think so. 2 levels of Sorcerer. Best class. It's fine. Ow. Ow. Oh. That was a turn. This guy has counterspell too.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Alright, I just gave him resistance. That's fun. Sprite down there, that's good.
All right then.
Wait, I never thought of doing that. You could just throw them onto the teleporty things and they'll get trapped? That's incredible. Oh. Still funny. Yeah, that was my fault for going in a bad initiative. This is a case where having proficiency with Grimskull Helm would be incredible. Because then I could have crit immunity in that slot, could have my Potent Robe on, have my Sentinel Shield on.
Exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp. Conditions look right.
Right, this is a force ball. Never mind. Had fun in there? I did.
Trap. Be cautious.
You can see a vague outline of...
Nicking the egg? Yeah, I'm gonna go give it to the weird old lady who's really into eugenics. I'm I'm gonna kill her immediately and take it back, but yeah. XP. So the kobolds will be attacking with advantage mostly because they have pack tactics. Fire and Shield of Scorching Reprisal for fire resistance. Potent Robe. No, I need crit immunity for these guys. Go Haste Helm. Yeah, my unarmored kicks back in. Yeah, I guess just boots of speed. Do I need Ring of Free Action? I don't think I do. Snowburst Ring. I can extended cast Blade Ward.
What do you mean, too drunk?
I guess there's still the Grimishka in the chest in the crush. Gotta deal with that one. I haven't decided if I'm doing anything with these kobold barrels. Like, I could bring them with me to some other fight. Like, I could bring them to Merkel, and that would be funny. But it wouldn't really accomplish anything. Yeah, it's fine. Morning, Urban Mech. I did the roleplay quest XP and the murder XP, little column A, little column B. Real Jeff. How are you? Hey, Malak, hope you're well. Classes D12 given so far. Warlock, Sorcerer, Monk, Bard, Barbarian, Bard, Fighter, Bard, Druid, Sorcerer.
On my way.
We're all looking at the 3 bards. Seems like you're most using the Warlock level. I love Warlock. Dora's cheese, run tainted by exploits. Damn, you got me. Yeah, I love Warlock. It's just so adaptable. Can't stop playing Gloomstalker, it's my favorite. There's something that just hits different about playing your favorite class. Gloomstalker was my favorite for a while. I definitely see the appeal.
Behold, the fool of fools.
Died of cringe. How good is Wolfheart Barbarian? Thinking of having it on Karlach since the mentions giving allies advantage nearby enemies and hyping up French seems like a thematically fitting thing for Karlach. So, like, there's lots of ways to get advantage. I think the opportunity cost of not getting any different Bestial Hearts on your Barbarian makes Wolf the weakest option. But it's not bad. It's not, like, detrimental or anything. I don't love it. A few combats used today, pressing Hunger, Kadar, Repelling Blast, everyone until it was fun. Yeah, yeah. That combo is an all-timer. Can we get two? Extended spell Blade Ward. So I get 4 turns of Blade Ward. And stand next to the water barrel. Water barrels to make me immune to burning. Thinking for my honor mode run, Warlock, Druid for plant growth, Cleric, Lighter Tempest, I don't know. A melee character, maybe a rogue, I don't know. It is worth mentioning, you can consolidate the Warlock and plant growth into one. Archfey Warlock does learn plant growth. But if you want a plant growth character that could also fill the melee role, Bard. Bard gets that spell, and Swords Bard is stupid. Immune to burning. Seems electrified now. I hate losing initiative. It's gonna continue to happen, but I hate it. Plant growth concentration? Nope. If I have a melee person, you have an archer. Why not both? Get you a class that can do both. This post brought to you by all the marshals not named Paladin.
Something good here, I hope.
That's being disingenuous. Paladin can do it, it's just you're running off of non-class features.
I can't wait to sleep.
Is it you? I'll avoid Bard for the outer party run. Was one easy for my first solo attempt. Never get around to that. Valid. I don't know if I've ever seen Rogue plays melee. I did a fair amount of that on my honor solo on Rogue. In Act 3, I was doing a lot of melee. More than I'd anticipated doing, even. Bloom can also do melee range with spike growth. Yeah. Not technically optimal for my first honor mode. I had a dedicated healer. I genuinely feel like it carried the team. So if you're going into encounters where you don't know how encounters work, having the safety net of someone whose sole job it is to make sure you can survive hits. That's not the worst thing. But not coming here after having paid the price is awkward. But I do maintain that, like, the more optimally you run, the less value you see in healing as a dedicated character role. Because remember, all clerics can cast healing spells. Life cleric gets exactly one thing that heals that others don't. One thing. I want to pass a perception check here. So...
Have a lot of advisors in it.
I rolled a 2. Yeah, there's only so much planning I can do around that. I wonder. Maybe I just miss. No. Okay. Fairy Fire doesn't do that. This is awkward. I wanted Blood of Lathander for a house in defense. I don't want to get Morning Lord's Radiance yet, though. Oh well. Can do without it. Life Cleric, a great tank with Warding Bond, combination of the self-heal for healing others. Sounds good for starters, casually play the game. Again, Freeway, you're attributing Cleric things to Life Cleric that are not Life Cleric. Like, every Cleric gets Warding Bond. Every Cleric gets access to the same list of healing spells. Life Cleric is forced into that being the only sphere of things that their class actually helps until they get Divine Strike. But self-heal and heal to others, you can simulate that with gear. Also, Mass Healing Word heals yourself and others. Prayer of Healing heals yourself and others. At higher levels, if you get the Divine Intervention Mace, that heals yourself and others. You can throw healing potions in a way that hits yourself and others. You can make summons that'll break healing potions by yourself and others. Also save Divine Intervention for the Netherbrain and hit a whopping 32. Yeah, I think Divine Intervention is, I would encourage people to use it more aggressively. Says the Resource Hoarder. Hey, stubborn old dude. How are you? Didn't even know you could throw heal pots first playthrough. And a lot of people don't. But, like, the fact of the matter is, a level 11 fighter is a better healer than a life cleric is, because that fighter can just throw the maximum size healing potion for every single one of their 6 attacks on a turn where they get action surge, not including extra attacks from Bloodlust, from bonus actions, from martial exertion, you can just throw healing potions and deliver more total healing than a life cleric would in that turn.
All right, time to skulk about.
Make sure it's a healing potion, not the suspicious potion. I've stopped picking that thing up most of the time because I don't trust myself.
What's inside? A Guardian of Faith spell, and a remarkably long-lasting one at that. Time to press ahead.
Good utility scrolls there. Dark Vision, remove Curse, see Invis. Very happy about that.
I'm exhausted.
Best Divine Intervention is Hope using long rest mid-raft fight to refresh resources. Yes, I 100% agree.
I want to have a word.
I trust that an early payment has ensured swift action. What news of the Githyanki egg?
This Wall of Ice scroll is causing issues. Like, she'll definitely drop the Graceful Claw. I like Periapid Wound Closure. It's unlikely that I use it, but I do like it. Cacophony, I don't think I'm gonna need. Boots of Elemental Momentum are cool. Forgot to get the Persuade Ring from Barkus, I gotta go do that. What's next? What? Any melee weapon stronger than Diva Mace? Lots. What makes you think the Diva Mace is stronger than other melee weapons? Let's turn that question on its head, Regiment. Its flat damage is the highest as far as I know. And is flat damage... Well, no, it's not. But is flat damage the only important part of melee weapon? It's a non-magical weapon that is a fistful of die that you would need Savage Attacker to have any sort of consistency on. Radiant damage is frequently detrimental to use. Well, not frequently, I should say. Radiant Retort is far less common than people think it is. But between Fleeting Protection and Radiant Retort, there's a bunch of enemies where if you have Radiant damage you can't opt out of, that weapon is useless to you. Did I mention it's a non-magical weapon, so its accuracy sucks? The likes of Cazador and Werewolves are completely immune to the physical portion of it. So, like, let's say you brought the Diva Mace. Let's say you somehow had it for, the House of Grief. If any of the Crusaders use their Umbral form, you are stuck with a weapon that will hurt you if you hit Viconia with it, and will do no physical damage if you hit the Crusaders. It has no special abilities, either, other than Concussive Smash. It is not light, so you can't dual wield with it. It is not versatile, so you can't two-hand it. Use it in combination with Risky Ring and Savage Attacker. You know what benefits from Risky Ring and Savage Attacker? Literally every melee weapon. Like, by no means am I saying the Diva Mace is bad. It's just, it's a great example of big number distracts from why you would actually use an item. It's inaccurate. It is easily countered. And even if we were to go like peak damage on a Diva Mace, let's actually pull up the numbers so we can deep dive into this, because it's a good topic. I'm glad you brought this up. Where's my thing with the thing? There it is. Okay, wiki page, Diva Mace. 1d6 bludgeoning, non-magical. This is a +0 weapon, so you get no bonuses to hit, you get no bonus to your damage. It's 1d6 plus your strength modifier. I'm attending school. Hey, Leah, how are you? 4d8 radiant damage is pretty good, assuming you get some consistency. Let's be generous and assume even you hit max damage on this, right? Let's assume you hit max, and I'll be really generous. You max rolled every dice roll on this weapon while critting. I'll be extremely generous. So 64 radiant damage, and 12 bludgeoning damage. So 76 damage. A rogue can do more damage with that with any piercing weapon on a non-crit. On a non-crit. Not max rolling. They can just do more. Any versatile weapon that you can two-hand and roll a crit on that is magical is also going to end up doing more damage, because you have things like Great Weapon Master are in the mix. If we look at some of the most notable weapons in the game, Nyrolna, Spear of Evening, they have damage bonuses on them on top of their original damage, equal to or greater than the Diva Mace's actual base damage. Do I actually go to my job, though, so I'll be back? Yeah, no problem. I'll keep yapping. So, like, this weapon is cool, and this amount of radiant damage on a weapon for free can situationally be really interesting. If you're fighting something with radiant vulnerability, I can't think of anything that you would be fighting with that doesn't have radiant retort that you would actually have access to this weapon for. But, like, the idea is cool. It requires a lot of upkeep to perform at the same level that things in Act 2 and 3 can do without that investment. Average should be 25.5. I assumed max roll, and even the maximum damage you'd be doing with that, assuming you crit, max rolled every roll, it's still underwhelming compared to other things. Not bad, but...
I don't need any attention right now.
I don't want to keep that spell slot for,
Pipe down.
silence. But it's fine. Radiant shockwave armor would fit nicely with that mace.
With haste.
I mean, no better than any other source of radiant damage in loop. You can use luminous armor and then just run Callous Glow with literally any other weapon and get the same effect, but like if you use a weapon that has some sort of AoE capacity, then you could apply it to more enemies at once. Gotta head out later. Have a good one, Viper. Thanks for being here. Something you gotta keep in mind when assessing the value of an item in this game is, are you attributing something that any weapon can do to the thing you're talking about, or replace weapon with whatever other item? Blue Jay. No Great Weapon Master on it either. Yeah, you'd be able to use the bonus attack, but like, you wouldn't get the damage from Great Weapon Master. The best you could do is dueling fighting style, which is good, but again, any weapon that can be one-handed benefits from that, so it's not something Diva Mace gets over other weapons. Every other weapon in the game can either have dueling, or two-weapon fighting style, or Great Weapon Master. Diva Mace can only get two-weapon fighting style as a benefit if you give up a feat to take Dual Wielder. It can get dueling, sure. It can never get Great Weapon Master.
I've wished to live in more interesting times.
Where did I make the stack for this? There it is. Blame Clickbait YouTube Shorts for the fixation of someone Diva Mace. Same thing as Everburn Blade.
Very well.
I've got nothing.
Steel. Eagles.
Oh, sure, eagles. When?
About to go into the Zathis for the first time, anything bad that can happen to my character. Yes. If you fail any of the rolls in the Zathis, it'll be a series of rolls. If you fail any of them, you will get no benefit. But also, for each one you fail, your character gets a permanent stat penalty. That only goes away if you use a tadpole. If you, like, assign it a tadpole power. You get a buff if you succeed all of the rolls, but you will have to mitigate penalties if you fail any of them. Same applies to Lizelle. Yeah. Cleric's just a better version of Paladins? Yes. Coincidentally, there are exactly 3 tadpoles in the room. Yeah. What I usually do is I loot 2 of the tadpoles in the room, and I leave one there for in case I fail the Zathis. Just spent all 3. You don't necessarily have to do the Zathis now. You could leave it and come back later. Always go for Everburn at the start, though, at least on non-honor mode. Everburn Blade is good until you get access to any +1 longsword. So, it can be good until level 3? Like watching Punch the Mind Flayer. Yeah, like, the utility of making the commander do less damage is way better than the actual sword itself. Like, it being phrased as, yeah, get the Everburn Blade, it's great. No, Everburn Blade is extremely average. Very unremarkable. But disarming the commander makes getting an XP heavier Nautiloid a lot easier. And that's very valid. Like, the thing with the Everburn Blade, it's permanently dipped in fire, so you can't dip it in other things. But you know what you could do to other weapons? Dip them with whatever you want. You go grab Fowler Alou from the Underdark, there's no checks for that. It is a +1 longsword that you can then two-hand, dip in fire, Everburn Blade, but better. Suits are great sword. Same story. You can get it very easily. Dip it in fire. Everburn Blade, but better.
Light on my feet.
Now, Everburn Blade is good for that first section of the game before you get access to those things. It's good for lock picking. And by lock picking, I mean bashing down doors. It's okay for wooden chests, too. And if you are in a party where you have multiple people who are going to want a two-hand swords, it can have some value there. So it's not devoid of value. It's just incredibly overvalued. It is appropriate power-wise for a level 1 character, much to the chagrin of everyone who made YouTube shorts saying it's the best hidden sword and everyone should sacrifice a goat to get it. Good for selling. Good for selling.
Anything you want to say?
That's true, Jess. Sacrifice my goat herd for nothing. How are you, RBF Queen? Still suffering. Oof, I feel that. That and Returning Pike. See, Returning Pike is one of those weird things where it has looped back around to actually being incredibly valuable, but not for the reasons that a normal playthrough would use it. Like, Returning Pike is good on level 1 runs. Are the gnomes behaving? Never. Never. But in terms of if you're playing like a standard playthrough, Returning Pike will eat your XP and not be meaningfully more effective than other things you could be doing. Azer weapon. I'm a big fan of the Azer weapon, Jeff, because the thing that gives you is on your bonus action an AoE that forces enemies around you to roll a con save, and if they fail, they get a fire dot on them. Normal burning is 1d4. Burning fiercely from the Azer Warhammer's Overheat is 1d10. So a d10 fire dot on everyone around you on a bonus action that you can just do as much as you have bonus actions. That's really good. That one is underrated. Come on, if you're not an XP degenerate. I disagree because, like Trade said, it unequips both of your weapons. Like, you could have 2 minus crit weapons here. You could have a shield for initiative and defensive perks and whatever else, and then you could have something in your main hand and then start benefiting from the dueling fighting style on your throws. So under Mountain King with Sentinel Shield, you don't have to worry about alert, which further justifies taking Tavern Brawler. And you get the minus crit. And if you have dueling fighting style, your throws will get that too. Returning Pike eats XP. Anything that dies to the crush damage from when you throw a heavy object, that's not attributed to you. You don't get the XP. It's counted as if whoever you hit fell to their death of their own volition, and you don't get XP for that. So anytime you see insert name here was crushed by Returning Pike for X amount of bludgeoning damage, if that is the instance of damage that killed them, you don't get anything. And yeah, I've seen people lose Grim XP from that. So you just lose 875 XP by throwing a weapon when you could have just thrown a torch. It's rough stuff. Now, in a run where you don't care about XP at all, such as a level 1 challenge run, returning pike's a bigger deal, because you have fewer ways to scale up your damage from your class kit. A lot of the gear that you would be using is prohibitively expensive or behind fights that you maybe want to have more preparations for, and returning pike is available very early into the game. It is also a throwable that people can't throw back at you because it automatically comes back to you. And that matters a lot for, say, fighting Auntie Ethel, because Auntie Ethel can and will throw stuff back at you. I have had her crit me with my own lightning jabber. It hurts. But if you throw the returning pike, even if you miss, as long as you're on the high ground, you get the gravity damage. Then it comes back to you, and she has nothing to throw back at you. Great for stuff like that. While we're talking about throwables, +2 daggers. These are just more practical to throw. Lightning jabbers, of course, if you have them, but +2 daggers. Especially with rogue levels, because you can sneak attack on these. I do want that. Solve the AC and initiative problems for my dual weapon warlock. How the hell am I gonna have crit immunity without shield and armor proficiency? In Act 3, yeah, you have the Helldusk helmet. You could also just take the moderately armored feat for both medium armor proficiency and shield proficiency, and your choice of +1 to strength or dexterity. Incredible feat. Very underappreciated. Hey, Nemesis, how are you? I suggested mobile feet yesterday. I think Say might have been the first one to bring it up to you. But yeah, we love the mobile feet around here. Lonk has been using it on gearless monk attempts. Nazater has been using it on pure melee builds. I believe Say is using it on a Moon Druid right now in a co-op on a run. Great feat. Armor slot is taken from Potent Robe. So, Potent Robe increases your damage, but you know how much damage you do when you're dead? I have Potent Robe. I'm using Eldritch Blast a lot. You see I'm not wearing this very often, because then I have to worry about where I'm getting my crit immunity from. Because I don't have heavy armor proficiency right now, that means I'm using my shield slot. If I'm using my shield slot on the adamantine shield, my initiative is bad. Which then puts me in a position where I need to use a vigilance elixir. If I'm using a vigilance elixir, I'm not using other elixirs. So by giving up strength elixir, I can carry less stuff, I can't throw people anymore. If I give up Bloodlust Elixir, that's worse action economy. If I give up Battle Mage Elixir, that's worse accuracy. If I give up Heroism Elixir, that's worse saving throws and worse accuracy. You gotta consider what each slot is for. Potent Robe, at the end of the day, if your Charisma's 16, +3 damage on each beam of Eldritch Blast is pretty cool, but you can do no Eldritch Blast if you're dead. However, moderately armored also, as I mentioned, does give you shield proficiency, so you can run the adamantine shield and get your crit immunity that way. Yeah, we still have your gear to deal with, I guess. Check out Raj's inventory. Feel a fair rope not worth? I disagree. It's worth getting the robe. Also, the quest reward that gives you potent rope
Welcome back, true soul.
is a bunch of money and a
You've
bunch
come
of
in the
good
spirit of
consumables
trade.
on top of the robe. It's always worth getting, but it is not necessarily always worth using. Do I want to deal with Scone right now? I don't know if any of them have Old Person. I'm actually not at all certain of that. I think I need 31 AC to make it so they can't hit me.
Mole can be cranky and mean, but she looks after us. So, stock up, alright? Because you need all the help you can get to bring her home.
I just want you guys to know that I am the good guy. It's very important that you know that I am not the bad guy.
Just out of view. Don't mind if I do.
Mindara's in combat. Oh no.
Breathe deep and move. Softer than a whisper. Have to keep going. Swift as my feet can carry me. Can't risk being in open view. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Base of shoes prices necessitate Mattis nap. Yeah. Yeah. But Mattis only has 6 HP, so if you have a strength pot, Defender Flail will always knock Mattis out. I suppose any flail would. Lots of weapons, it's just easy example. Reverse pickpocket some children's Benadryl. Good boots, not 3,200 gold good. Right, exactly. We go for funny Gith jump to their death memes. It's hard to set up without Sanctuary.
Moving in.
Makes me sick, but oil of combustion slashing flourish. Yeah, that's nasty shit. Do we know if Scon or anyone has hold person in that group? I don't think any of them do. I think only the Gish type has it. It's like I want a Ring of Twilight to have 30 AC. If I use Blur to give them disadvantage, it's still very unlikely they hit me. As long as I have spell slots for shield, should still be pretty comfortable. I don't want them to use the many target arrows on me though, and they're totally going to.
Okay, going.
Never seen her use it. Form of Dread, Eldritch Blast, Vampiric Touch. That's all I've seen her use. Right. They hold you and you have crit immunity with 30 AC. What are the odds they hit you? I don't know if the auto hit thing bypasses. Like, I feel like it still just auto hits. It doesn't auto crit, but I think it just still hits. I'm not positive though. I'm not really in the habit of getting put in hold person. Except for the Gale Run. Does not auto hit. So they can still miss. That'd be funny. Testing Radiating Orb Hunter and Accurate last night, it's funny. Like, I want to do that. Like, if I gear swap Blazing Retaliation... into Iron Banded Shield, that'll temporarily give me the AC I want. I gotta figure out how I'm actually gonna kill them, though. Probably Oil of Combustion. If not a Paralytic. I ran out of Carabosson's poison, didn't I? Sure did. I'd use the last of it to kill the AI broken people in Moonrise. What's Ball's Benediction buff? Don't recall seeing it before. If you sacrifice one of the Origin companions to Bawal, you get this buff. Amulet of the Unworthy for resistance to the slashing would be pretty good, but last time I wore that to this fight, Scon hit me with Eldritch Blast and I took double fall damage and almost died. If I went and got... No, I don't have proficiency. Never mind. I was going to say Protective Plate, but I don't have proficiency. How much is Yuan Ti? I gotta steal the Persuade Ring from Barkus. Hirelings don't work. Nope. Has to be an origin companion. Even if you get Halcyon and Minthara there, they don't have dialogue for it, last I checked, either. So it has to be Shadowheart, Lae'zel, Karlach, Astarion, Will. You can technically do Gale, but don't.
Don't want to draw any attention. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid.
What did I roll? I forgot to disguise. I rolled a 3 with advantage. Fine, I'll actually use fucking guidance. Slayer Orin is plus 3 con and no con save proficiency. She's super vulnerable to Crawler Mikas. Yeah, it makes sense.
Surely no one will notice.
How about you? You alright? Me?
Been warned? Okay, not bad.
Moving ahead.
Let's see how much Yuan Ti is. Because if Yuan Ti Scale Mail plus Adamantine Shield ends up being more AC,
See if there's anything you need. We
while
don't
also
know
giving me
when
more
this
initiative,
blood
that might be
might
worth. I can almost afford this if I sell some things.
Take care.
Alright, fine. I was trying to just tank with Reeling and DR with my gear. My AC was just not hitting the right benchmarks. Went back to Luminous Armor, felt much better. That makes sense to me. Were you also using, like, Roland Mage Armor? Where'd the crates go? Oh, there they are. I moved them. Forgot. Yeah, I guess enemy proficiency bonus starts getting really high in Act 3. Makes sense why I would get a little less reliable. I still have the fucking Spectator. I forgot again. Does my tiefling have my people live longer than yours half health line? Don't tieflings also max out at like 150? I have no idea.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest.
I do not know the
How
tiefling
may
lore.
I serve?
Stomach is rumbling so hard it's giving up the mic. I apologize. I also hope I can wear armor of agility. It has to
Ever
be
at your
protective blade
service.
just cooked. That's fun. There's chain lightning. I gotta finance that. Hypercore. I can wait. Other stuff first. I think the line's bugged because my half-orc had that. Thought it was a joke. Jahir took it seriously. Yeah, maybe it's bugged then. Pretty sure half-orcs are just normal human lifespan too. Know what the save is for solo Astarion Origin against Cazador, just not get a game over. I'm pretty sure it's not like a 20 or higher or anything crazy like that. I want to say it was like 15, 18, something like that.
Ever at
It
your
might be as low as
service.
13. I genuinely don't remember. Somewhere in my Bard VOD. It's a check, not a saving throw. Do you know the DC on that, Mark? I don't remember offhand. For sure it's 15? Okay. So we're kind of in the same area.
And
My VOD. No, I can't say that VOD. I could check mine. Yeah, let me save real quick. Switch account. Let's see. Bard. Do it on this day. Already ascended here. Doesn't look like it. When did I fight Cazador? That's Orin. Oh, that's the brain. Oh, it looks like I'm ascended there. Let's look at this day. Was it not on this day? Must have been early in this one. That's House of Hope. Okay, no, here we go. Here we go.
And you and
No, I'm looking at. Constitution. It's DC 10. Yeah, that's just DC 10. Sorry to derail for a minute.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
Not having super high dex makes this a little less effective, but this is the same AC, but I get more initiative. If I go Mirror of Loss on dex, which I might, this might become worth using. Yes, I know Armor of Agility exists in Act 3, but this might still be worthwhile. Lord, I thought it's a check might be good use of Ethel's Charm for Bear's Endurance. Yeah. Ethel's Charm just great inclusion in the runs. Alright, fine.
I don't need any attention right now. It's coming from the Gith Knight trinket.
failed to kill you. I won't make the same mistake.
Forgot to check my elixir.
Another
That's
step
fine.
forward.
What are you rolling? Plus 13 to hit. Okay, so I need 33. 34. So, solid chance of hitting me. I'm glad I clicked the blade board. End up letting Lae'zel do the Zathis, because I was about to switch for Karlach anyway. Gonna sell the Githyanki to the crazy woman. Whatever you think would be fun for your playthrough. Because I don't have any summons here, they should be very unwilling to use their many target arrows. Got 1 damage in. I'm gonna try to just keep pushing them for fall damage, to be honest. Are you gonna jump up too? Okay. I was hoping they wouldn't. You have no reason to be clicking that. But okay. Guess just if they have special arrow, they shoot special arrow. Alright, what do you roll with your Eldritch Blast? You're attacking off of your int, so it should be pretty bad. Yeah. 2, 4, plus 8. Okay, as long as she's on the low ground, she can't hit me. Hey, Random Locust, how are you? She's no longer in low ground. Okay. Famous int blasting Githyanki. I think I might do an Eldritch Blasting Eldritch Knight for tomorrow. Int Eldritch Blast. Attacking from shadows. Looking for an angle where I can knock you that way. Two. Keep ability draining the archers. Reduce their likelihood to hit. As long as she's willing to keep Eldritch blasting me from low ground, I'm not worried. All my first level spell slots are reserved for shield here. That's very unfortunate. Be like that sometimes. I'll have to re-up buffs next turn. Did I forget to get sorcery points? Might have forgotten that. I do need to finish this before I lose my blur though. I have 3 turns, or at least need to cut down the number of enemies. Probably haste. I want to do it this turn or next turn? If I do it this turn, then my blur dropping lines up with me being lethargic, and I don't want that. Please go down. You have an odd number dex? That's so annoying. Ability training you doesn't do anything. I need to ability train you. I did forget my sorcery points. What ability tree get applied to you? Fine. Oh, yeah, I'm very excited. Okay, the archers didn't hit this turn, that's good. This turn, I think I haste. My last turn of blur. I'll start playing more defensively next turn. In solo mode, how do you loot the toll house with the 2 chairs? Oh, you can just put items on the chairs. Just drag items onto them. In your restrictions plan, just see how much honor mode can be bullied. A lot of details still have to be worked out. Nothing too unconventional, other than just 4 people who bully the game individually, bullying the game in the same run. Are you gonna run through the fire? No? Okay. Okay, so that was my last turn of Blur. They won't be attacking me with disadvantage anymore. I have 1 turn of Featherfall, I have no more turns of Jump. My Oil of Combustion ran out as well. I do not have good Eldritch Blast hit rate right now. Summons might be an okay click. The many target arrows are gone already. You would parry that. Raging isn't the worst idea. I'd get that DR. Would also help my strength checks. Like that way better though. Perfect. 540. Right, my spellcasting modifier is Wisdom now. Part of me wants to rage. I don't think it's in my best interest, ultimately. I think Misty stepping to higher ground might be good. These guys are shooting me from low ground. And I'm kind of down to keep it that way. Unfortunate. When AC not time to get there. Plus 1 extra over normal shield here. Using a ring. Using cloak, using gloves, using boots. I'm using almost all my gear slots to get extra AC right now. Saying Naz been doing most of the talking. 2 ADHD kids haven't figured anything out. No, seriously, that is exactly how the group chat works. Say and Naz are like covering all the angles, and then me and Mark are just like, I don't know, whatever. I'm just happy to be here. Alright, so I'll be lethargic next turn. It's defensive flourish range. Ability drain you, and that gets me 4 more AC for the turn. If I Blade Ward, I will have it for 2 turns. I need Featherfall in case Skan blasts me at an angle where I would take fall damage. I want to put Darkness on you, but that might encourage you to move up to where I am. Yeah, 35 AC. I guess you're not technically getting low ground right now. Rolling with +8. Yeah, you can't hit me. Defensive Flourish is more to cover the archers. I guess I would need a crate for this to count as low ground. So back down to 29 here. Scones still can't hit me. So ability drain to you, so the highest you could hit is 30. You're on an odd number right now, so ability draining you again doesn't do anything. Same with you. So I'm gonna go for it. Unfortunate. Hey Squiz, how you doing? Save it for shield. I can afford to take a couple hits, I just don't really want to. And I don't need to save my spell slots right now, so just playing it perfectly safe. I had no idea that their AI would work this way, where me just standing here, they don't want to move. But I like this spot a lot, actually. Happy accident. Okay. You're down to a +3 dex mod. I'll do damage. Double crit. Is that 3 crits? What? No way. Crit. Crit. The triple crit Eldritch Blast. Okay. Ah, she's finally willing to come up here. 1 in 8,000. I had advantage. Streamer client. That was impressive then. Say pumpernickel to prove it's not recorded. I can't, because this is actually all pre-recorded. Do you have high ground on me now? It shouldn't, but let's see if the game's cheating. Send 2 at you in case of a miss. Joke's on you, Quag mentions pumpernickel once per stream. Hey Coombs, how you doing? Excellent turn. Run all the way to me, astral step back. Good play. Okay, what is with all the crits? At least that was a... No, that was a good damage roll too. No, it was actually a bad damage roll. The damage roll was bad. That was a crit that rolled so low it looked like a normal shot. Dropped wife off for work, went to the dry cleaner. It's nice. Secretly installed the crit patch. Can't speak. Attention, all critical. Kind of jack of all trades. That went well. Hey Grady, how you doing? Bit annoyed I couldn't save any of those many target arrows, but I didn't die.
I'm done. I can't wait to
Didn't
sleep.
take damage either. I guess I didn't need to use shield every time, but I did avoid taking damage.
Anything of use?
Cruising on this run, yeah, we're kind of wrapping things up before prepping for the Act 2 finale. Moonrise is cleared out. Last Light is mostly cleared out. We beat up a small child for armor class. Still gotta deal with your gear. I guess the gear we just got I can sell to fund Chain Lightning. We just do that. I mean, I did take Chromatic Orb. I could, wet... Look at the Far Realms Chromatic Orb. I don't like that idea. I can prep create water for that. 3 Bard, got enhanced ability. What else do I get? A Bard subclass. So, Flourishes. And these are all broken. All the Bard Flourishes for College of Swords are insane. I did also pick up Silence. Yeah, it's... When I do it, it's called bad parenting. Guess we still have to defend that dumbass Halson. Did I mention I don't like that guy? He sucks. Father's Embrace, Sentinel Shield. Haste Helm. Shouldn't need free action there. This would be a Wisdom Thunder Wave. It wouldn't be great. Snowburst Ring if I shot someone with my offhand Near Misser. What if I did main hand Near Misser? Wait, I'm a sorcerer now. I can twin and just get it on both of my bows. Yeah, we'll deal with Halson after I rest. Because, yeah, I could just meta magic and get Drake Throat Cold on both of my hand crossbows. That's way better. There's no way to stop the bullet from burrowing, is there? If it's paralyzed? It won't. It's kind of maining Swords Bard now. Not quite, because I don't have that many Bardic Inspiration. Now, these gloves are fucked up. They give you an extra use of Bardic Inspiration. And you can just unequip and equip them again to, like, get the benefit. So I can just keep resetting and have 1 Inspiration, but that requires me being chained to these gloves, so there is still a trade-off. I'm Eldritch Blasting a lot of things. Wait, what? So... See, I'm out of Bardic Inspiration, right? These gloves. If you have Bardic Inspiration, you gain 1 more use. There's no, like, check to see, hey, you already benefited from that. Can't be intended. I highly doubt that it is. Highly doubt it. The reason why I'm not outright saying, no, that's not intended, is because there are a lot of items that work that way. What is this key for? I just kind of compulsively clicked on this crate. I don't know what that key is even for. Okay. So I think I'm gonna rest. We're gonna have to cruise around grabbing buffs again, but I'm gonna rest here so we can grab Night Singer's Favor right away. I'm gonna have to manage carry weight. Boo. Probably just a giant club, to be honest. So at this point, you're kind of hoping for another bard level. The biggest levels I could get right now are the 4th bard level, the 2nd warlock level, the 2nd fighter level, the 1st cleric level, and the 1st ranger level. Cleric and ranger would give me heavy armor proficiency. Fighter would give me action surge. Warlock would give me invocations. Bard would give me a feat. I gotta bring Minty to talk to Raj. I forget that. Imagine finding Valky in the Shadowcurse land, you unlock
Simon
Vault and
and
counting house,
Pops.
it's rotten food.
I don't believe you.
Out of supply packs? Okay, yeah.
Just hush, he'll settle in. Give it a little time. He's still young. Easy now.
Like it here.
Thank you.
Actually less optimal to speak with animals for that dialogue, because there's fewer paths that lead to you just petting them, and petting them there is approval for everybody. But oh well. Okay, now let's put on Shapeshifter's Boon. Ring of Trading for plus Deception.
Never mind.
A deep, ancient contempt wells within you. To steal a boon from these upstart gods would only
I was considering using
require
Enhance Ability, but
an
there's actually still, like, inspiration I need to use. Well, I don't need to use, but, like, I haven't read the letter to Ketheric yet, and I'm gonna have to do that at some point. And all of the other inspiration that's still available, I'm gonna want to do that before blocking into the act finale. Just to get the XP, even if I don't end up using the points. Maybe something like this. It's only +4, but... Get that 3rd level Agathis going. I'll try it myself. Let's go get Shield of Faith. Yeah. I really wanted to have Blood of Lathander for this, but I failed the perception check because I forgot to go do that before getting Hag Eye, so I was rolling neutrally instead of with advantage, and I rolled a 2. So I can't lockpick open the thing that has a Dawnmaster's crest. Now with Potent Robe boosted Eldritch Blast, I could probably just take Blood of Lathander and then destroy the machine. But I'll just wait to get it until I have
Should mind my step.
Lord's Radiance. It's not a huge deal.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Sea Invis. Coverage. I'm covered on Sea Invis and Dark Vision. Conjurer Elemental, I would like. I would like to have an Earth Elemental for Merkle, as per usual. Would I rather open on your gear with Ice Storm or with Create Water? Probably Create Water. Yeah, I think Create Water. I haven't read the Necromancy of Thay yet, I guess. Come back and buy another Conjure Elemental later. Still have the Rune Powder Barrel I can sell. Probably sell it to Aaron before I kill him. Thanks for the Elemental, so good for Merkle. It does bludgeoning damage, and Necromites are vulnerable to that.
But no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
In my opinion, the single most impactful things you can have for the Merkle fight in terms of scrolls you can apply on any run, provided you get good RNG in the case of the higher level scroll ones. Protection from Evil and Good, Conjure Elemental, and Wall of Fire. They're by far the most impactful things you could have scroll-wise for that fight. I have one flight potion. I will need to make more. We did kill the eagles, so I have the mats. Am I doing an Alchemist Fires? I still haven't done Shadow Printer either. I don't have the bombs for that. It looks like I don't have any bombs. Yeah, I don't have any bombs. Weird. Where did I use them? And we're back. Welcome back, Regiment. It's been 2 hours and I've got very little done.
At least things have stayed interesting.
I didn't actually hit that option, but
Easy path.
need to make elixirs of bloodlust. Thanks for your explanation, the Diva Mace, by the way. I kind of had to go in a hurry. I didn't happen to catch what melee weapons I think are stronger, though. I'm sure there's several. I would say most. Like, outright just most weapons. Too many to list. Because having your weapon be magical is very important, and having weapons that meaningfully interact with more class features and feats is good. Running Blood of Lathander a lot. So, Blood of Lathander is a +3 weapon, so it is the most magical a weapon could be. Your accuracy is way better with that. enemies that have immunity to non-magical damage aren't going to be completely walling you. But Blood of Lathander is not really a weapon that you're swinging for damage. It's kind of incomparable. Diva Mace, the only thing you're using it for is raw damage. Blood of Lathander, you're using it more for everything else it does. It's kind of an apples and oranges sort of situation. Like, what do you want your weapon to be doing for you, is the question. Is it bedtime time, Mr. David Bowling? Hope we get some good rest. Use it with Callous Glow Ring on my clerics. You use what? Lathander? I mean, sure. That's something you can do. But I'm thinking, like, that's not really one of the more impactful uses of Lathander, because you can just do this. Just drop this. The good thing about Lathander's light is that it's daylight. So, anyone who has sunlight sensitivity, if they're in the radius of Blood of Lathander, they're going to be making their attack rolls, their ability checks that rely on perception or sight. They're going to be making those with disadvantage. If you get near, say, Cazador, he's going to lose his Misty form and start taking radiant damage every turn. Daylight can't be extinguished by... Well, that form of daylight can't be extinguished by certain effects that shadows, wraiths more specifically in the Shadow Crystlands have, so they won't be able to go invisible near you or anything. Just throw daylight and Cazador from outside combat. It's considered hostile, but yeah, you can. You'll have to roll a stealth check to not immediately enter combat. Each time he takes damage from it, you'll have to roll another stealth check. But yeah, you can absolutely just open that fight with daylight on, and it trivializes it. I think I prefer Ring of Protection here, to be honest. Do I want evasive shoes? Yeah, it'll work. I'm gonna want summons. Instead of carrying or dropping your lantern, can't you just cast light on yourself? Light is different from daylight. Regular light spell has a relatively low radius. It also, if you cast it on yourself, it'll go on whichever weapon you cast it on. So if you don't have that weapon equipped, like let's say you put it on your bow, and you take out your melee weapon, your light's gone. Also, light and daylight are of different tiers. Light can be extinguished by certain darkness effects, and it does not trigger sunlight sensitivity. Daylight is more impactful. And yeah, the lantern can't be extinguished at all. As long as it is the most recent thing put there, it takes priority too. Most of the time. Darkness clouds are different. Lantern same as daylight? No, lantern is not daylight. The daylight spell, Lathander's light, possibly radiating orbs, but I'm not sure. Possibly Nirolna, but I'm not sure. To figure out why you carry the lantern. For light. I don't understand the question. Like, drop lantern when I want light. Could you clarify? Light has the same effect. Light does not have the same effect.
Have to keep going.
So, light will go, like I just said, on whatever weapon you cast it on. If you're not holding that weapon, it's not applying anymore. You cannot cast it on multiple sets. It'll remove it from one when you put it on the other. If you cast light on something that isn't your weapon, it's duration-based rather than until long rest, so it won't last. That's a lot of upkeep. Also, if you have a light on, you are casting a light thing. So if I'm trying to sneak around, I can't do that anymore. I can't benefit from attacking from shadows if I do that. If I instead just drop a moon lantern whenever I want light, but don't drop it when I don't, I have complete control over where the light is. This doesn't cost an action or anything. Fine with light cast main weapon. No, you just don't know what you're missing out on. There is a difference. Also, moon lantern light cannot be extinguished by things that extinguish light. Wraiths, you know, the 80-something HP versions of the shadows that have all those resistances in Act 2, those have an aura of Vile Oblivion, that extinguishes light near them, including the light spell. Moon lanterns cannot be extinguished. They cannot put that out. Also, the moon lantern's radius is way bigger than the light spell. You just use Warlock's Double Sight, Eversight Ring, Stand of Magical Darkness. Seems like it'd be very strong. That's a thing you can do. Lathander glows over that aura as well. Yeah, yeah. Lathander is daylight. But yeah, Chernobyl, you're correct. Never needed that much sneak, usually go on all guns blazing. That's an approach you can have.
One day I'll catch
And
a
it's
break.
not always a matter of needing sneaking, it's just being safer, being more efficient. Like, sure, I can run into a fight against a Moonrise Paladin and hope they don't hit me for 20 turns in a row. Or I can go in sneaking, get a surprise round, and have a turn where they can't act at all, and then proceed as normal.
Breathe deep and move.
It's just a matter of making better choices over a long period of time. Like the glow effect as a passive, which can be turned off because of the sneaking movement. Yes, that's another win of Blood of Lathander for sure. I completely agree.
Anything you want to say? And
Got a lot better at sneaking. Most pickpocketing is such a useful tool. Sneaking by itself, even if you're not like stealing or pickpocketing or like going for sneak attacks or surprise rounds, it's just very, very good. It's like enemy AI, depending on if they don't see like an obvious path to you and you're hiding, they will sometimes just pass their turn without doing anything, just by you sneaking. And you can use that, and I have used this extensively. You can use that time to sit there, and you can gear swap, pass turn. You can reconfigure your entire kit. It's a timeout button that costs no resources, and keeping it available as an option is good policy. Even if you're not going to use it, keeping it as an option is just being prepared. Shout out to you for consistently answering your questions, even the dumb ones. I don't think that as many things qualify as a dumb question as you might think. Like, I think, within reason, a dumb question is only one you know the answer to already. If you are trying to figure out how something works, and that information is not super easily available, it's a good question. Even if the information is very easily available, there's a lot of information in this game. It's hard to narrow down, what's useful and what isn't. So, point stands. Random question: do you think clothing, AC 10, adding your strength modifier to AC instead of dex would be any good? I think it'd be extremely overpowered, to be honest. I think that would be quite strong. They're fishing around here. There's... Hey, CTV. Listen only on and off so far this morning. It's good to see you. Considering you can get like plus 10 modifier to strength. It's not necessarily about like how high you can get your strength, which you can get it very high, but it's how easily you can get your strength up. There's a lot of things that boost or set your strength to certain levels in this game. So just the access of, okay, you would need... You could just wear any old clothing and do the infamous, I'm gonna drink a strength pot now. I feel like strength does enough as a stat in this game that I don't really want it to do more, personally. Like, strength is already your carry weight, your jump distance, your athletics, most melee attacks. Your throwing. Like, it's a lot.
Never a dull moment.
The existence of strength elixirs is OP. I maintain that strength elixirs are one of those things that's both overpowered and overrated. Both things can be true. Both things are true. Strength elixirs being very straightforward and easy to understand their impact has led to the situation where people believe they're the end-all be-all and they neglect all the other batshit insane broken things that are in the elixir slot. Like, Elixir of Bloodlust is fucking nuts. Battle Mage Elixir is utterly insane. But they don't get talked about half as much as Strength Elixirs. Do some challenge runners consider your field prep that you're doing right now as barrelmancy? I never really understood that term. No, it's a different thing. It's field prep. Like what Say said. Like, Say does not do battlefield prep the way I do. I do it because I think it's fun. Sometimes I'll neglect it. Hey, J. Adrian. Been a minute. Hope you're well.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
This is just field prep. The barrelmancy term is usually referring to bringing barrels or, you know, a pile of smoke powder bombs or whatever, and then just plopping them all down next to an enemy and then blowing them up to insta-kill whatever it is. This barrel and this barrel are ones that are already here on the field, and I just moved them to more advantageous positions. The only things I brought from home here are Glyph of Warding Scroll, the grease that I set up here, and I just moved the objects that are already here to better spots. Heck is that? Fully agreed, usually do everything so I can get rid of Strength Elixir in favor of Bloodlust. Yeah, Bloodlust is underrated. Personal favorite of mine is Heroism Elixir. Heroism Elixir is also underappreciated. A while ago, I did an Elixir tier list on stream. Do we need to do that again? I wonder if any of my opinions have changed. I'd actually be so down to do that again. Double, what's your AC? Stack Bless with Elixir of Heroism? You can.
Can't give up now.
You're here. Good. Very well. I need you to stay good. It took me... Oak. It's ready.
Shadow being ahead of me in the initiative's annoying. So I didn't get put in combat right away. Those are at the back of the turn order, so that's fine. Really? That's why I put Shovel there. Forgot to see it this as well. Mods destroy the portal, get another chance. Nope, Halsin's dead. mirrors checks, not saves, like Trade said, CTV. So everything you just outlined there, except for guidance, was for saving throws. Jack shit. Should have had Psychic Spark on. Oops. Right? That would have been funny. This Wraith's gonna be annoying. Shovel did have her strength drained. Do I care? Alright, the Shadow's still out here.
Never a dull moment. Time to press ahead.
I can deal with that Wraith. Not worried about it. Nice. Hello. Okay, did you see the extinguish thing pop up there? It was extinguishing the light from this fire surface, but it can't extinguish the moon lantern. A total of +3 if the mirror do it properly. You can get +1 to charisma, that seems to be purely random. But then you can get +2 to a stat of your choosing, which could also be charisma. $24 on that? Well, damn. You have an okay chance of hitting me. I'll shield if it comes to it. We have the other moon lantern. Forgot to cast light on that fishing rod. Okay. These are both prone on the grease, so I don't actually have to worry about them yet. Wanted to get more reverb on there, so that one might go prone again.
One
a break.
There's this one come from again? It's the one that Dolly was in, yeah. It starts working again after region travel, seemingly. I see Call the Weak said, no bloodlust for you. Unfortunate. There be an option for reactions? There is.
Time to push my luck again.
Riding so you can't move. Prone. I'll stay right there. Give you a little healing pot. I do want to keep this this method around. Was not meant for you. That was for the Gith. Could have killed it. Skill issue. Second sorcerer level, yeah.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
My pace fours are gone already, huh? I think wants to Thunderwave. Maybe have grabbed Ice Storm for this. Like, you can push them out there, it's just, because it's very fiddly. Thank you.
Blood comes easy these days.
Did I forget to get a fire arrow? Sure did. This is what being punished looks like. Well bust. It'll maybe be fine. Excuse me. Honestly, thank you.
We just have to buy him a little more time.
It's pretty kind of them to just go out of their way to avoid the fire surface by running into the fire wall. That's a line. If I had Blood of Lathander, man, look at this. Look at this line. So upset. Lightning Bolt waiting room. Mockday Vertute. I have nothing. It's so sad. Okay, we win. Not much point in me doing anything else, but... you're a bit confused about how Fairunese works, it's fireball waiting room, lightning bolt waiting line. Ah, if he dies, he dies. Yeah, we don't love house, and we'd already get all the XP because everything spawned in. It's fine. Yeah, we win. Thank you for your service shovel. Went through the firewall to go touch the barrier. Okay. Sure.
Well, so much for peace.
Cool. Oh no, the portal is taking so much damage. That one just chose to die.
Come see us.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could.
Allison, you dumb fuck. You were about to walk through the firewall. I hate that guy so much.
Maybe I need more pockets.
He's died that way on me before. Yeah, he's just... I was in the concentration turn before. I should do that. That's way smarter. Look at the time. Your strat is now mine. I know that doesn't quite rhyme. Shut up. GG's, Mr. Sturmer. Thank you. This is a fun fight. I like this fight. Oh, I had an idea earlier today. I was thinking about for my next playthrough. What if I did a playthrough where I did, like, as much engineering of the battlefield as possible? Not necessarily before the fight, but, like, during the fight, too. So, like, I had this idea with the dipping thing, where dipping your lightning jabber in a puddle will electrify it. I was thinking, what if I did that on a Tempest Cleric, big surprise, and I knocked someone back with that electrified puddle into... Ruberg machines, knocked him into a Glyph of Warding I had already placed. So when they aggro to me, they're registered as a target for Glyph of Warding. And Glyph of Warding blows up, ignites a fire surface that I left that leads to a smoke powder satchel that I have shovel, hiding to keep things rendered in, that ignites a line of like grease or whatever that leads to a smoke powder satchel that knocks someone at the end of it off of a cliff. Crazy shit like that. I want to do a playthrough of just kind of meme shit. It seems fun. How you kill gut but supercharge? Yeah, that kind of thing. I'm running to the bathroom. BRB. Okay, me back. Hey Felicia, how are you? Played Magic the Gathering, knew I could trust you. Enjoy your short rest, say. Thanks for being here.
Alright, what now?
Even Longstrider my summons. What kind of lame summoner am I?
No time to rest. Looking ahead. What's in here?
Let me make sure I finish looting these guys. I do need the money.
At the ready.
I'll need to switch elixirs to Fearless Focus. Do I run? Do I stick with Helpless? No, I think I go back to Wondrous Gloves. I shouldn't need free action here. Callous Globe. Can't speak. Callous Globe. Go back to Adamantine so that I can use Sentinel Shield. I prefer initiative. Like for some fun battlefield prep. Out of reach a lump and you just cancel combat and went away. Damn. Yeah, something to be careful of. Oliver will be like right here. Right? No, right here. Yeah, right here.
No time to rest. Don't waste a step. What to do?
way around Zathis first check. What do you mean? Like you're asking if there's some sort of alternative check you can make aside from the intelligence one? Int? No. I get Yankee have, I think, lower DC on that one. But the first one you're gonna have to do is always int. If Warped Headband of Intellect is off the table for you, then the best thing you could do is just get your saving throw bonuses and try extra hard to get an advantage on int saving throws. The amulet that Stornagos, the Gith in the room, is wearing gives Gith Yankee advantage. So if you are not already a Gith, you can find a way to disguise self as one. And then maybe benefit from that. There's also Shade Clinger Armor from Quartermaster Tally. Will give you advantage on all saving throws, all obscured. And yes, there's a Shade Clinger cheese, but that's not necessary. Right, I never did Drake Throw. I need to move out of range of these summons that I've planted ahead of time. How are you, Astronomer? A druid level? I did. And guess what? Guess what you didn't miss? Never say I never get you anything. Just twin spell elemental weapon? I did. Probably shouldn't have cast that. I don't know if spell slots full. We'll have to do. Alright, let's talk to Halsin's mass. Hate this guy. Gonna go beat my man to death? Yeah. Figure did nothing wrong. I mean, aside from the Displacer Beast stuff, sure.
I should speak up.
Feel better on Barbarian or Two-Hander? There's no, like, contextless answer for that. It depends.
But after all these years left in the darkness, only the missing half may not come willingly. And I truly... If you want me, I'm yours. Against the...
So, like, for example, a Two-Hander isn't going to give you any armor class. If you need armor class, shield could be better. That is, like, the most vague possible example I can give. For... It's not just, this is always better for this class. It's not how it works.
Go on, find. I'm not going back. You.
Off to the lake for the day, missing the year, gonna have fun, looking forward to tomorrow. Me too. Hope you have an excellent day at the lake. It sounds lovely. Bluffed up a little too soon. It's fine.
These boots have seen everything.
How did you see me? That's not how sight cones work. Okay. Sure, man. Rip that surprise round that I was gonna go for.
With haste. Where do we go from here? No choice but to keep going.
Hey, Hot Sauce, how are you? At the Reckless or Grady use multi-target arrow, crit the orb, kills himself. Oof.
I'll make my own fun if I have to. And my own friends.
What's that? I wonder if this is worth the
No.
cost. Don't waste a step.
You're supposed to be playing, not breaking things.
No need Peril's focus anymore. Guess I should have switched to Bloodlust before I did that, but... take this opportunity to reposition everything. Missed with advantage. That's fun. Forgot to re-electrify the water. Well, I guess I couldn't. I'll re-electrify this turn. Multi-farm today, first Ascendant. Can't get the 20% drop I need. Got both the 1.4 and 2.5% drop. Feels good and also bad. Yeah, I think I've, everything about that sounds awful to me. I grind games. I think I've passed that point, in my life. Said, hey, any enjoyment you can derive from it, I'm happy that you're finding that.
I won't give in. Can't stay idle.
It'll be a 4 content on grinding games, not considered grinding enough. Let's see if I lose my remaining patience with that fandom. I'll play the game, just... I absolutely loathe the fan base. And I'm not looking forward to having to interact with them again. The psychic. It'd be better to go for... Even first level magic missile does work here. Fuck me to feel that way if they're not dicks in the future. Small people don't change. I have no expectations, hot sauce. Like, especially when the sane people in the fandom are at least one of the pillars. Let's put it that way. It's just a straight up dishonest person who does not care about any sort of promoting positivity when it comes to showing new things. Let's be as vague as possible there. Just... Not everything is for everyone. That's totally okay. And I'm content to just stick to playing and making content for games that have fandoms that can accept that very simple idea. That's where I'm at. Definitely got scammed right there. care about the Shadow Flush. Just get that water electrified again.
Must be on my way.
The reason why it was so important to take out the mummy and daddy shadows is they're worth XP both times you run into them. Like 180. Nothing else in this fight is worth XP. Be lethargic next turn. Just Blade Ward. Closer, I guess. May as well do damage. Good thing I blade warded. Be able to clear this out with a holy water. Holy force tunnel. Re-rolling. You have +7. You have 2 rolls that can hit me, but attacking with disadvantage. I don't have any spell slots for shield, which is an error on my part. Okay, we win. If I need holy water, I can just wait for it. Targeting's a little weird here.
Good idea, I think.
Why couldn't you? I'm not leaving.
Easy.
Even when it was scary. But would he even want me back? But
I bet that'll fit in my pack.
Okay. I could value out of the summons. So there's about 6,000 XP in the Mind Flayer colony, and there's like 1,800, assuming I free day Malin in the jail fight. Probably gonna free day Malin. So I just need to be 7,800 XP away from leveling when I am entering Moonrise in the finale. We still got lots of prep. Need money. Should have plenty of stuff to sell. Yeah, let's turn that last conversation topic on its head. What games are coming out that you guys are looking forward to? It's not exactly a new game, but I'm very much looking forward to the God of War Ragnarok PC port. That's gonna be fun. Dragon Age the Veilguard. I'm gonna play that. Patch 7, real. Takes a lot to get me to pick up a new game, honestly. I feel that. I have a backlog of lots of games that I've been meaning to get around to, but getting me to actually start any of them is so difficult. Tactical Breach Wizards? Huh?
The absolute war drums beat loud
Christ, I
in
know
your
Saga.
chest.
I haven't played either of the
How
Hellblade games.
may I serve?
Do I want Render of Mind and Body? No, I don't think I do. Spend too much time with Rocket League, ESO, BG3, Multiverses. Ooh, that's a full plate. Little Minecraft. Almost finished Celeste. Celeste is somewhere in the infinite backlog. Immersively mindfucking you the whole time. That reminds me, it's been on my variety list for a while, but I want to play Alan Wake 2, especially now that it has DLC out. I really enjoyed Control, so more of that would be cool. But getting me to not play BG3 has been difficult, let's say. Monster Hunter looks promising. Yeah, I might try to actually play Monster Hunter Wilds, like, right when it comes out. I've never been playing a Monster Hunter game, like, during its content cycle. Like, I got to World really late. I still haven't played Rise, even though I own it. Never launched it. It's the name of the game. It's like XCOM Combat. They're Wizards with Spells in addition to your standard military gear. Play the demo of it, love the humor. That sounds fun.
Ever at your service.
Still played Iceborne? Yeah. Still played Iceborne.
And on.
Yeah, let's go kill your gear.
We're among friends.
Need to make sure I have enough initiative. I mean, vigilance. Do it. I don't want to handle the rest of the group. I guess Coruscation Ring makes sense. Did Shadeclinger armor and Sathis work a little too well, taking off the armor, even if stepped into the light, advantage to save throws? Yeah, that's the second part I mentioned, where Shadeclinger, if you equip it and then take it off while the effect is on, it just doesn't go away until you rest. So indirectly, Shadeclinger is something you can use on shapeshifting builds. That's an application where I'll willingly abuse that, because I think that's kind of neat. But outside of that, I have severely restricted my own use of Shadeclinger armor, because, yeah, it's, as you said, it's broken. It's crazy. Just unconditional advantage on all saving throws with no trade-off anywhere. That's a little silly. Disregard. Okay, yeah. Hi. Kingdom Come 2 for other masochists out there. I've heard a little bit of buzz about that one, Batchet Man. Switch out Hill Giant for Harrows when the Zathis. Discard quickly, Encumber gives you disadvantage. Oof. Red Cumbered solo run. That could be fun. That could be fun. Fix your problems on Zathis. Yeah, Trade had an incident like that. He needs help. That's precisely the opposite of what. What do you mean? I love proving the viability of certain strategies, and like being heavily encumbered so that you can't jump and you have bad movement, that would turn off like some staple strategies that challenge runners like myself use. So it'd be a really interesting change of pace. I think that'd be cool. Unfortunately, I'm carrying way too much, and I do still need to be wearing the Hill Giant Club. Let's make room. I don't want to have to do that. Have Shard hold that temporarily. And that. And that. That. So that. That too. And you can have that. Okay, much better. Disadvantage on like every check too? Yeah. Encumbering yourself strategy for the dialogue got kill of your paladins. Such a great class. Yeah, what Trade's referring to is if you are trying to get the, you know, Corilla shows up and kills Gutton and Palma for you thing. If you are a level 3 or higher paladin, you actually have to fail a constitution save for it to work. So being heavily encumbered to give yourself disadvantage on it makes it more consistent. But yeah, it's scuffed. Yeah, it's Jurgen time. Still have some armor of Agatha's temp HP. Save. Jump down there and get Shovel out. Perception failed, that's fine. 5C Abyss. Cast magic weapons, get your spellcasting modifier, defense strength modifier. No, it's just +1 to hit and +1 damage. You can upcast it every... But every 2 spell levels is, another +1. Took a while there. Nice 60 damage. Fourth, 6 is +2 and +3. Thank you.
Still breathing, despite everything.
I did not check to see if I had bloodlust. Clicked the I don't want to fight your button.
Shuffle is gonna murderize you. I don't care if it fails ultimately, because I'm applying Radiating Orb to them. They're going to struggle to hit me. You missed me. It's free. I don't know if Thunderwave mentioned build. Honestly, I should mention it with how much I've been using it. Gotta keep this high ground. I forgot to get Thunderwave, or not Radiant Slip. I forgot to get Featherfall, and that's the word. Yeah, you have +7. So yeah, with Radiating Orb active, you can't hit me. Actually, without, you still can't hit me. Radiating Orb allows me to sit at low ground and they can't hit me. Though, once haste wears off, I will need to keep those orbs going. That's fine. I have spell slots. Second level damage. Perfectly fine. Also fine. Feel lethargic this turn. Really care. Question about the mechanics. Do you know why sometimes riposte won't trigger even if you have an unspent reaction? It seems to randomly not proc when an enemy misses. I have no idea, Roland. I don't have enough experience with riposte to have a confident answer there. I have observed that, though. I don't know. Beats me. Use the Battlemaster dagger. Bloodthirst, you be goated. What are you rolling? You roll a 1, so I can't see the breakdown. The 1 from the weapon, 3 from proficiency, 2 from tactician, 4 from strength modifier. You have a lot. +10. You're likely to hit me. Do I have another Bardic Inspiration? I have 2. My flight's gone. Protection from evil and good would make it so the Americans are rolling with disadvantage. Doesn't do shit against the Displacer Beast, though. So let's do Blur. And...
These boots have seen everything.
let's move here. Comical amount of Battlemaster in a can gear. Yeah, there is. So they think they can jump to me because of the elevation, but they can't. Now the Displacer is in a position where advantage 81% though. 85 here. What do I want to do with my bonus action? I have 1 Bardic Inspiration left.
Fall by my hand.
Should use my bonus action to ability drain all the Americans down. What's your dex? 14? Okay, so ability draining you once will reduce your modifier by 1. Okay, standing here, they just don't know what to do. Cool. I guess this is just a good spot. They don't really understand how this whole thing works. On a ship postplay champion, use offhand bloodthirst, menacing attack for bone spike helm, etc. Here's my Battlemaster fighter. I love it. You get enough methods of applying reverb that you just make people prone with every attack anyway. So that's your tripping attack. Use a trident, main hand, and offhand bloodthirst, so you have disarming strike and riposte. Bone spike helm for menacing attack. I want to do that. That sounds so funny. Holy shit. Ooh, attacking from shadows. The existence of this spot makes me a believer in level 1 Yrgir. It's just a matter of getting enough damage to do with Yrgir on that first turn, and then you just do this. Obviously, you wouldn't have the Battlemaster. Freudian slip again. My brain's not working. The flourishes. But you can approximate with other things. I want to lab out level 1 Yrgir now, because this is a great spot. Level 1 all bosses. I think it's doable. Just some of them are fucked up. Like, level 1 Saravok isn't too crazy, except for the part where how do you survive the ads? I guess what you would do is you would attack Saravok when he's going to open the door to Valeria, so all the ads are still trapped in that room. You could do it then. But you can't get the Unholy Assassin gear if you do that. That's the thing. Level 1 Raft, it's just door. Door and have Yrgir push him off the edge. Maybe cheese him with Dominate Person and drown him. True. How you doing, GM? If you use Arcane Lock, you can Arcane Lock. It's just a matter of, like, where are you triggering the fight where Saravok will have a door between him and... I'm not talking about the Death Knights, Mikolash. I'm talking about the Tribunal themselves. Because, like, Illicera will do a distant spell, Inflict Wounds, that can just do more damage than you have health. If she can hit you, for example. Amelisson has Cloud Kill. I think Illicera also has Blight. Sendai has Slow. Sendai has Counterspell. Just, very dangerous. But that's still definitely the play, because you don't want Saravok to be the only one left. Cazador would be easy. You just bring Blood of Lathander and Blind Immunity. You Pixel Perfect a Darkness Cloud and Blood of Lathander. Raphael's just door, or have Yrgir push him, or you push him. Or, and if you're Dirge, you know, I showed that strat. Non-dirge, I guess there's the throw or off thing, or how Third Monkey did it on his run. Gortash, Karabasan's Gift. Loroican, Karabasan's Gift. Mystic Carrion's just kind of easy. Get a surprise round. Use fire damage. What other bosses could be interesting? Answer. You can just kind of do the orange strat. Get surprise round. Force a bunch of crits. If you have good deck saves and don't get in melee range, he can't hurt you. Was it an answer to the interesting question, by the way? Yeah.
What's inside?
You can flashbang the Titan, yeah. Or devour and elect. Act 3 Ethel. I guess I've never fought through Act 3 Ethel on level 1. Act 3 Ethel's way more dangerous than Act 1. She has an insect plague that doesn't friendly fire. She has a ray of sickness that ricochets. And she casts polymorph at you. Level 1 Curse Imp, no Chasm. I mean, how good's its AC? Or rather, how good is its hit rate, I should say. My brain really isn't working today, I apologize. Rare that I actually have use for these boots, but yeah, Phil. Run out of a bind for guidance yet. What am I cooking?
Magic within this mirror once. Consuming magic. But it's shattered now. That might be worth a look.
In darkness, truth. In shadows, justice. In the Dark Lady's name. Always.
Okay, so I should be able to use the mirror without having to read that book.
Oh, cursed to put my hands on everything.
Passing that. I'm gonna read the book anyway once we get there. Imp has 6 strength. Just buff the shadow, let it do its thing. Yeah, cool. Oh, I suppose for people who don't want to use like a Gale feature on non-Gale, not an option. How much health does it have? You could Saluna's Spear Moonbeam. $96? Oh, 124? 124 and not Moonbeam then. Marco Heschker, Hunger of Hadar. Is an option. Lurthendor. What am I doing in throwables, actually? All void bulbs.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I don't want a cloud kill. This is an insane waste of a scroll, but I don't like the idea. Wagon on Char. I'm not in control of my character right now.
Should mind my step.
That's very weird.
Just out of view. Out of sight, out of mind. Softer than a whisper. Cameras being in open view.
Why is he using cloud killing through your ass? Now I see why. Side on that one, I guess. Can't quite thread the needle.
Just out of view.
Alien fight sounds so overtuned. Never done it.
Must be on my way.
Yeah, but where you're helping Leroican fight Aelin. Yeah, that one seems pretty batshit.
Should mind my step.
I've not done that
How
fight
much
before.
farther can I go?
The rat has
Open up.
Okay, Gauntlet of Shar is entirely cleared now. So we don't go into the Faith Leap room because that room sucks. Still have a wall of fire for Merkel, that's cool. Reviewing an evil honor mode run first be harder than a good run. I mean, it depends. Evil route Act 2, you get much better gear than you do in good route, and evil route Act 3 is objectively easier than good route Act 3. So, like, it's only detrimental if you raid the Grove, because then you lose Roland, you lose Damon, you lose Mattis. And a lot of XP. But you get an easier version of Act 1 because Minthara and the goblins on your side is much better than Zevlor and a couple of no-name tieflings on your side in terms of the grove fight. I suppose you want to engineer Kaga and Rat's deaths ahead of time if you can manage, and also Aaron, because they're the biggest threats when you're raiding the grove. But if those three are dead, then the grove raid is just completely free. Then you just dialogue your way out of having to fight Minthara. DC 5 and DC 2 checks. And, yeah. Mattis awake. Yeah.
Mole can be cranky and mean, but she looks after us. So, stock up, alright?
How you feeling,
you need all
Mattis?
the help you can get to bring her home.
You okay, buddy? What happened? You got a face situation. I don't want to raid the grove in my evil playthrough felt so bad. Yeah, it's, it feels like shit to do, and also it's not rewarding. There's actually no reason to do it, except the Minthara sex scene. That's the only thing of note that's tied to it. And you could just look that up on YouTube. Don't go into the kids' hideout? Yeah, don't. The final route I need to document? Yeah. Word. Blanc. Okay, so there's still the shadow for the animated armor. I don't really want to try to print on that. Do I have Expeditious Retreat scroll? No. We'll try a thing, I guess. Hoping to make some serious changes to Evil Playthrough this patch. Doubt they will, but hoping. Like what? Like Daminating a replacement? I mean... So, there is a vendor you get on Evil Route in the Goblin Camp in exchange for losing all the other vendors. He doesn't have anything super noteworthy, but there is a vendor, a replacement NPC. Like I said, Act 2 and 3 Evil Route are outright profitable. Like, they're just better. Act 2 and 3, Evil Route's better. If you were to put all of the perks related to Damon on a scale with Char Spirit of Evening by itself, Spirit of Evening still wins. Yeah. Evil Route gets more tadpoles in Act 2 than Good Route does. That's not really a big deal, but it is a thing. Can't have Dan being evil at the same time. You can. It's just very outside the bounds of normal gameplay, but you can. How? You abduct Damon out of Last Light before you kill Isabel or Aelin. If you park Damon at the Gauntlet of Shar or some other waypoint, and he stays there, then he's fine. You do the same thing with Roland, all the other NPCs you want to save. You kill the Grove, you can't? Right, it's if you raid the Grove. Raiding the Grove is the big downside, because that kills Damon, that kills Mattis, And it makes it so even if you didn't tell Roland to stay, well, no, he'd die anyway. Yeah, it kills Roland too. It kills a bunch of NPCs that are very useful later. Let's talk to Arabella. When you take damage to Moonrise, talk to him to get the background dialogue from Last Light. Do you? That's fun. I'd never tried that. Twitch Mobile just completely fucked up the homepage. Navigation, stilted fucking mess. Still got here, has the run going. It's going well, Nunu. How's your day?
I don't believe.
The girl must learn.
Consider that part of a true evil run.
But
I mean, if you're gonna round up one of the 3 acts of the game being detrimental for evil, and say that it's not still overall better than good route, I feel like you're kind of seeing what you want to see. Like, again, Act 2 and Act 3, it is outright better to be evil. Act 1, it's worse. But that's still a majority, it's better to be evil.
Fear not.
If there.
Act 2 Minthara dialogue's buggy as hell. Okay. It's buggier on good route than it is on evil route. But what about it? Not exactly the same, but evil route gets ball bender. Yeah, that's part of, being evil in Act 3. Actually know what Act 3 evil choices there even are. Becoming an unholy assassin, if you are a Dark Urge. Becoming the chosen of Baal. If you are a Starian, ascending. Those are all evil choices that give you massive perks. I guess Shadowheart, Dark Justiciar or Shadowheart choosing to kill her parents gets her easier rolls on the Mirror of Loss. Fighting with Gortash, yeah. Am I not using the extension? I am. Is it not working? Where's the... I am. Is it working for anyone else? It's working. Okay. Thank you. Money from Ethel. Yeah. Your pin on the Slayer form is supposed to say Displacer Beast is half ellipted. Slayer form, if you construct your entire build around it, is very good. I did a playthrough where I did a duo honor where I was the Slayer whenever possible. As soon as I had Slayer form, it was Slayer form for all combats. And I'd been Minthara buffing me. And it was strong. I thought it would be difficult. It wasn't even a little difficult. It was very good. I think I could run it back and do the run solo without having the Minthara support. But Slayer form is outright strong. It's just you need to build for it. Displacer Beast, you could probably just kind of do similar things. Probably. I need to talk to Daniel.
Something's on my mind.
I do need to use Displacer Beast form more, though. I've been wanting to give it the time of day. Maybe we use it on this run.
Catherick.
Once again, out of stuff. Those Chain Lightning Scrolls were a big spend. So now I need to sell stuff. I need to read the letter to Ketherick. I guess I'll just eat not getting the inspo point from this.
Ketherick's wife. Sounds like she loves him very much.
Bernard? We can go deal with Bernard. Don't need this much water. Sparks wall. Amulet of the Unworthy makes sense. Go Iron Bandit Shield. I don't need initiative that badly here. Still Bloodlust on. Does Cloud Giant make more sense? No, I've Bard Flourishes. Bard Flourishes. Still Spell Sparkler? Yeah. So we'll do this. Base 3 attacks, has psychic damage, has evasion, on-demand Guardian of Faith. Yeah, that's really good, honestly. I'll try to use it on this run, once we get to Act 3. But yeah, back to evil playthrough, good playthrough discourse. It's especially apparent with later game dirge stuff. Evil route is more profitable. Now, the thing that makes that not seem as such is that evil route is content lighter. You can see that with the endings. You can see that with there not being equivalent quests to replace, rescuing the tieflings, for example. There's simply less game in an evil route. Pretend to be nice and save the grove to kill House in the Shadowfell. Well, killing Halsin in the Shadowfell also serves no purpose because you just don't get his Act 3 buff. Or the, the gather your allies. So that is a case of where being good is better. Clearing the Shadow Curse is just better. You did that? I mean, I did that because I hate Halsin. And on level 1, I didn't care about the buff as much as I cared about the money. But what about the money?
Don't mind if I do.
I hated Halsin. I don't know. Why does Halsin think that child murder is less of a big deal than some insubordination to the leader of a grove who is never fucking there and doesn't do anything in their best interest to begin with?
That might be worth a look.
Halsin's a fuckboy. Yeah, he sucks. Satisfied with my dirge run, he was balls offering. I did a co-op playthrough, Sir Noble, with a friend, and we both just straight up forgot to save him from the table. Like, Orin took him, and we beat Orin, and we just forgot to free Halsin. So we went back and, like, yeah.
Something good here, I hope.
Just forgot.
I'll give it a shot.
Nobody important died. Exactly. I like cats. I do not like cats. This is why Bernard has to go.
Still alive. That's progress.
Missing is annoying. Brought a Sister Blue Empiric? I have. Works on everyone except Bernard. Yep. How are you, Sentinel? You ever killed your companion while at the camp the next morning, either accident or on purpose? Yeah, by accident once. Yeah. Hey, and a hot take. I mean, kids are annoying. Regular kid is regular amount of annoying. Kid did nothing wrong and it's in a rough situation, and I don't, like, get happy when Orin kills her or anything. I always try to save the kid. Says, oh, I'm a good cook, has the audacity to charge me for the soup. She's got to run a business, Regiment. Cutthroat world out there. I underestimated his movement. Low rolled. It's easy. Holy Lance Helm's the GOAT. It's so good. Try using Sister Flower here. We were just talking about that a minute ago. Yes, I have. Disables everyone except Bernard. Yeah, I'm aware. Do I have a telekinesis scroll? You're really smart if I did. No, I don't. Let's make sure. Yeah, I don't. Oh well. For a second. No, you're all good. All good. How dare you use this chat to chat? Apologize right now. Self-flagellation intensifies. That was unsatisfying. At least you don't lose your Bardic Inspiration die when you miss. Wonder if that'll actually queue up. Oh. I see what happened there. Bit of an awkward angle there, Bernard. Notice the name, like it. Get yanking my chain. Getting food, set my phone down, got my headphones in. All I hear is arrows whipping. Fighting Bernard right now. They're trying to shoot me. They're failing. They're dying to Holy Lance Helm. And I blasted Bernard off the top of the tower. Just so many flourishes. And we won. Would be the ideal class for the last level, wizard for scroll stuff. So we got 2 levels left. Best case, I would say, would be cleric and warlock. So I could pick up heavy armor proficiency. I could pick up first level cleric spells. And I could pick up warlock invocations. Would also be happy about getting a wizard level for, as you said, scroll stuff. Getting a ranger level would also give me that heavy armor proficiency. And I could pick up like fire resistance too, so it wouldn't be bad. Yeah, there's not many levels that would be duds at this point. Paladin sucks unless we get 2 levels. I guess getting Paladin as the final level would set my gear spell save DC back to Charisma. It's currently bad because it's Wisdom. Second Barbarian would be minimal in value. Reckless Attack is good, but I'm not meleeing that much. Another bard level for feet. Yeah, another bard level for feet would be good. Another sorcerer level would be 2nd level sorcerer spell list. I guess that'd be fine. I could pick up another meta magic too. The Zenter are still alive. Guess I could go deal with that.
Better than nothing.
I don't know if I have our proficiency for fighter class, because you don't get it from fighter unless that was your base level. The way certain proficiencies are granted
requires you to get them from starting as the class. Now, in some cases, you can get it in other ways. Like, for example, the way it's granted by Ranger and Cleric is it's a subclass feature, so you'll get it. Like, if I pick one of the Cleric domains that gives heavy armor proficiency, I'll get it, because that's not a base Cleric feature, that's a subclass thing that I'm adding on, so it works. With Ranger, the Ranger Knight subclass feature, even though it's a part of Ranger, but it's a thing I'm clicking on. So Fighter and Paladin won't innately give heavy armor unless I was to start as them. That's why I don't have it.
I have something to ask.
Hope you're killing it. Doing my best, Dan. Doing my best.
I've got some interesting stock for a friend of the family.
Very fond of Giant Breaker. I don't know if I can justify buying it, though. Like, I don't think I'll use it. Very fond of that item, though. We probably construct a playthrough around it sometime soon. Trade is doing some cool hunter stuff with it. Rupturing Blade I also want to mess around with more. Searing Blood is cool.
Pleasure.
Imagine getting a Cleric level.
Maybe I should... No, this is good.
Bro lived. What a legend. Be a medium armor then? Being a Githyanki. That's why I picked Githyanki.
This calls for careful footwork.
Also Barbarian? Well, I had it from Githyanki. I've had medium armor proficiency since level 1 because Githyanki. I don't have it from Barbarian, I have it from that. Still have it. I'm not confident that I would, based on the heavy armor proficiency issue. I mean, maybe I would. I don't know. There an angle where... What am I doing? Gotta be an angle. No? Okay. Fine. Wish I was a little bit taller. Wish I was a baller.
accuracy. What is this? But yeah, in my opinion, the biggest boon Githyanki gets is that medium armor proficiency without having to be a small-sized race. So you get normal movement, but medium armor. Astral knowledge is also very good, but in particular is the medium armor proficiency. Githyanki do not make good fighters. They do not make good martial classes, because you already get those proficiencies. So then it's just astral knowledge, and then you're playing a race that doesn't have dark vision, doesn't have any resistances. You just have astral knowledge. I often see people claiming that Gith is the strongest player race in the game. No, it's quite low on the list. It's just medium armor proficiency is good. If we were to look at something more globally useful, like Zariel Tiefling, Duergar, there's a pretty good argument for Strongheart Halfling. Is it Strongheart? Is that the one? Drow songs have been going up lately with all the fairy fire related tech. It has the most unique dialogue options. Meh. Outside of, like, talking down Voss checklists in Act 1, how many of those matter that you can't get by disguising? Because getting into the Crush side door for free, yeah, you can be a fake Githyanki for that. Using the Githyanki gear, you can be a fake Githyanki for that. You like half-orcs? Half-orcs are great. Their melee damage is awesome. They have good dark vision. And they have that cheat death. And they also have good dialogue options. Half-orcs are awesome. Half-orcs and Dragonborn are also heavier. They're bigger. So you are harder to shove as a half-orc or Dragonborn, because your base weight is higher. And that can be nice defensively, especially in the early game. Hey lad, how are you? Those are the best. I wouldn't say best. Having extra movement speed is very nice. Disappointing thing about orcs, the facial hair options. Yeah, sometimes I am underwhelmed by the character creator in this game, but maybe my standards are too high. Played a lot of RPGs. Drow Superior Dark Vision, instant W for caster range builds. Yeah, like Irish said there, Superior Dark Vision, when you're doing anything from range, especially in Act 2, is so good. So any of the Underdark races, plus having Devil's Sight will also count as that.
That was an illusion. Hiding what, I wonder?
Am I? I'm doing well. Doing well. Not getting as much done this stream as I hoped. But still having fun. Obviously, we've not gotten to the actual act finale yet. I am slow.
Can't keep me out.
How am I lockpicking this? Yeah, I don't actually care about this. Level 10, Divination Wizards 2. True. Big fan of halflings and gnomes for all the saving throw advantages. The saving throw advantages on gnomes are good early. I'm less interested in them later, because it's so easy to get those through other means. You know, as soon as you have access to Shadeclinger Armor, Amulet of the Harpers, Aberration Hunter's Amulet, Githzerai Mind Barrier, Fey Semblance Amulet. I care less about those buffs then, but before that point, yeah, gnomes can be good. Weird thing about gnomes that probably flies under the radar for a lot of players that I have come to appreciate is gnomes have very fast melee attack animations. So if you're doing certain things outside of turn-based mode and outside of combat, it's actually super comfy. A good example of that is fighting any of the AI broken enemies, you know, Crusher while he's pissing, any of the AI broken people in Moonrise, that just keep spam healing. Gnomes attack fast enough that they have a much easier time killing those NPCs with melee attacks than like half-orc has really slow animations. Fury of the Small protection, yeah, that's good too. Obviously, you can disguise for the animations in the Fury of the Small things, but still worth bringing up. Oscar died, right? Please tell me Oscar died. Good. Hopefully, we don't still have the haunted fucking house.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Where did Zarus' corpse go? Didn't I push her, like, right here? Maybe leaving the area wasn't the smartest play. Missed out on some money. Should have taken that off a while ago. I still don't think I've ever spoken to Aaron on this run. I have a druid level, so maybe I still get the first time discount. Opium. Still encumbered? How? 14 strength moment. I hate having low strength. Yeah, Zarus' corpse just kinda noped out of existence. It's like Brems was gone too. Actually, I fucked up real bad by leaving the area. Okay, yeah, don't do that. Even if they're dead, you can't leave the area or the corpses will just disappear. Today I learned. Let's see if we get that Aaron discount. What do you think, Kaga? Okay, good input. Real team player.
By the trees. I don't know what we would have done without you. Of course.
Now you don't get it. Okay, so there is a window of time. I had never spoken to him before, but I still didn't get the discount. We'll get a Blight Scroll from Sharon Sanctuary, so I don't need to worry about buying one here. Yeah, I don't need to worry about anything Aaron has. Ring of Flinging I'll buy just because it would suck to not have it later, I guess. Rain Dancer, same reason. I don't sell him the rune powder. We'll drop these. Actually, I do sell him the rune powder, because then that'll drop instead of the plate armor +1. Yeah, let me do that.
It'll take a while for... Of course.
May as well. Yes, I changed my mind very quickly. Do I get a dimension door for putting Aelin in a better position? No, I don't think I do. Spell Thief? No. It's nice to have a hold monster, but where would I use it? Guess I could hold monster on Orin to start that fight. Not gonna though. And I can always get more later.
Better be cautious. Let's see what... Another step forward.
Okay. Everything's dead in the grove now. Wither's Dungeon. Still haven't done that. Yeah, we still haven't come over here yet.
I don't need any attention right
There's
now.
an exploration XP spot. 360.
Moving in.
Got ourselves competition already.
Githyanki get it for free. Oh, Githyanki don't get it for free. Fighters get it for free. XP negative. Oh no. Put the spider off him. That's fine. He died. No, he just healed down there.
All right. Time to skulk about.
Let's get spicy with it.
Don't want to draw any attention.
There we go. Hey. Provoked an opportunity attack that way, by the way. Sure, man. Oh, firebolt scroll.
May the gods take you first.
With the tenacity.
Should mind my step.
It's funny bullying these people this late.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep. No handle. How does it open? Let's have a look.
For a second I thought Goobok found a secret room, you jumped into it. No, I just hadn't quite fully fell into this map. I was in the other map, but in combat here. I was in both maps at the same time. Drink every time Quag says map. The map, huh? The map.
Let's see what this does.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
Right now I can talk to Withers for that 30 XP.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
This guy's still in here? No way, right? Oh, he is.
Light on my feet.
He didn't hear anything.
Listen to you.
I'm gonna try to make him die of cringe, but now we can go fight Zomboss. I don't think I need to do any zombie printing, but yeah. Got that XP now.
Breathe deep and move.
Have a good one, Mick. Thanks for being here. Oh yeah, the spectator. And the flask spectator. Lots of taters. Let them fight.
I read that in his voice. In my head.
All for me. Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up.
I still need to workshop a better use of the Flask Spectator other than just killing it for XP. Like, surely there's gotta be a combat where it actually helps more than it just fucks you up. Surely I'm not coping. Slow on the inputs. Let me in. If you're fast enough on the inputs there, you can just jump off of the platforms that don't exist. Also, if you have 27 strength, you can just jump all the way up. I think 24 strength's actually enough.
Another illusion. Is anything real down?
Kill Gandrel. Level 1 Storm Sorcerer can just do the thing. The Flask be helpful in the Balthazar Justiciar fight? I don't know, because like there's always the chance it's a wild card. It could just help Balthazar too much. But maybe. I don't know how long ago that was, just saw it. It's okay, Dan. It was still right on time. Yeah, let's make it so Gandrel doesn't have to watch his kids be all vampire-ish. We're doing him a favor. Yeah, and I don't think it can paralyze any of the undead.
Behold, the fool of fools.
I'd have cringed. Gandrel's bow is so cool. I want to do another run where I have enough cleric levels for destroy undead, and then I go like fighter 5 with extra attack, and at action surge, so I can just fire off a bunch of shots with this active. You could potentially do that for Merkel, and it'd be kind of cool, kind of based. This says possibly inflicts turn undead, but no, it's guaranteed, and it will benefit from the destroy undead feature if you have it. So a cleric can just do their destroy undead damage on every hit on undead in a turn with this bow. If you activate this, it's very cool. I gotta try that against Cazador, actually.
Never wanted the easy
Though he might be turn immune. He might still be able to apply the damage, though. We'll see. I failed the perception check in the Owlbear Cave for the Saluna chest. They're dead. They're dead. Alright, this map's pretty much tapped out. I haven't read the Necromancy of Thay yet. We are on pace to hit 11 in the colony. In terms of remaining XP, there's several inspirations. Killing Lantarv. I feel like I'm forgetting something significant. I guess wiping out the Migrated colony. But do I have to? I don't really want to. I probably will do it anyway. Yeah, getting Bliss Spores, getting Morning Lord's Radiance, getting Blood of Lathander. Okay. Alright. Managing my carry weight for the finale is going to be awkward. I need to keep Oakfather's Embrace on me. Because we're going to do the level 1 strats to Merkel just to be an asshole. Do I have a second level elixir by any chance? Time to make one.
Can't give up now.
So we tell Larry to nerf Eldritch Blast, Scorching Ray, and the roads will be in free. Well, the thing about Eldritch Blast is it genuinely just is not that good at levels 1 through 4. Level 5 is where it gets crazy. Level 5 Eldritch Blast, I totally agree. That shit's bananas.
No one back home will ever believe this. Better than
Spectators next. Curious what I'm prepping for right now. Have on me that I don't need. Much stuff that's just like maybe useful. Alright, do that. Two more chances for Paladin, fingers crossed. If they were both Paladin, that wouldn't be bad. If only one of them was... If level 11's Paladin, that's terrible. Unless level 12 also is. If level 12 alone is, that's not great, but it's better than some other outcomes. At this point, because it would at least change my spellcasting modifier back to something I would want. But for the most part, icky, yucky, gross. want to do that. Forgot to poison my bow. Go for the gaping wounds.
I'll light on my feet.
See, I've been DC 10'd. Yay. Bye, door. I want your XP anyway. Forgot to eat. Every day around 3 p.m. Sure. Really no angle here? Really? Do it myself. It's 1 damage. Fight? Dead? Yeah, go for me, go for me. No, not that, me. Stop critting. I need to actually start doing damage now. I'm being lax about this because I don't actually really care about the XP these draw. I'm close enough to the goal anyway. Min damage, miss, Min damage. Cool. Thank you. My expectations were low, but holy fuck. Probably use Boat and Robe for Ketheric. Ladies buff. First modifier will be plus +6. Yeah. Be +6. So Potent Robe will give me 18 damage for Eldritch Blast. Stop missing. Fuck. Gotta turn that back on.
For eternity.
Hey, you guys like cats? They do not appear to like cats.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
That is punishable by death.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Oh yeah, I'm encumbered. Do I have enough caustic brine? I will need to get more caustic brine, I suppose. Hey, Mina. How are you? I'm sandbagging hard. We might not even get to Merkle today. We'll see. I'm hungry. It's starting to distract me. Wagon. And I gotta say, after doing high AC for like most of this playthrough, high AC is so boring, man.
A dull crystal glowing only faintly. You heard its like described before. A memory shard.
Have Arcana
used to
expertise?
store
Oh
brief
yeah, Bard.
mental impressions from the user's mind.
Right. Pick off some of the gear if you want. I could.
An echo. The crystal shines only.
No traps, please.
Naked class roulette run. I don't know about that. Naked run is possible though.
One day I'll catch a break.
Seeing Naz and Lonk both put attempts into that. It's got me thinking about how I might do it. I have an interest. Second sorcerer is kind of cool for meta magic twinning spells yet. Thought about twinning Vicious Mockery, ended up not doing it. I did do an extended Blade Ward. Extended Blade Ward is pretty great. Level 1 monk run. I think that could be fun.
What's inside?
Wonder how interesting a scrolls only run would be.
Don't waste a step.
Sometimes interesting. What a level 1 run is? Not at all. I don't think you watched any of the completed level 1 runs. That's your takeaway? Like scrolls? That scrolls you find, some of them are random and can be higher levels. Some of them are fixed to a spell slot level, and it'll be random among that spell. But in vendors, it is determined by your character level. So I'm not going to be able to go just buy Chain Lightning and Wall of Fire on a level 1 run until I win. I can get first and second level spell scrolls from vendors at level 1. So level 1 strats are not built around scrolls. Because the best ones you can get are like Magic Missile and Misty Step. You need better strats than that. Sure, you can luck into a Firewall, you can luck into a Chain Lightning, but you can't plan a run around that, unless you intend on resetting very frequently. Ritual-only spells run, none of them do damage. And they take spell slots in combat.
The cover proudly announces this book to be Flump.
Forgot to put this on.
The cover is cool
Gaslighter
in your
run?
hand, and
That sounds
very
crazy.
slightly sticky.
You sound crazy. I finally get to use inspiration. Let's go. Enhanced leap to jump to the enemy and do absolutely nothing. No, enhanced leap to do absolutely nothing, because if it were ritual only spells, like if that's all you're allowed to do, then like you can't even jump. Enhanced to jump you can't use. Had to use inspiration. Bard confirmed. A shit class. Real. Alert the press. Do you have any thematic run in mind, like Frost Mage or Fire Mage? I mean, that's just kind of very simple, Thana, at least to me. Like, my Sorcerer run, I ended up playing a lot of the early game, doing mostly ice stuff, and then the late game I did mostly fire stuff. But, like, been there, done that. A run idea I was talking about earlier in the stream was doing like a sort of maximum like battlefield control run
Like, using Rube Goldberg machines to kill enemies and stuff. Like, I electrify this puddle, which knocks you into my Glyph of Warding. You aggro, the Glyph of Warding goes off, which ignites a trail of grease to a smoke powder satchel that knocks this person off of a cliff so that they die from the fall damage. Call the weak triggers, which causes it to kill everyone around them. You know, shit like that. Stuff outside the bounds of, do standard playthrough, but with this build this time. I crave excitement. I crave the weird shit. Don't know how fun it would be for a challenge run. Thought of extreme murder. Hope I must attack anything that doesn't game over. Sounds kind of rough with no vendors, though. It'd break down in Act 3. It would get kind of rough. No Terrazol or Speed Potion or Haste Spore run. Not really too challenging. Just slower. If I want to get freaky, noted. You caught me. You caught me. I am always open to run ideas, though, so keep the ideas coming. And at the end of every challenge run, unless I really have something specific I want to do next, you guys get to vote on, like, a few different things. That's my AC. Yeah, let's go kill Gek. I was about to say negative initiative. Already used enough strats that would ace that. Yeah. I don't know if you were here earlier, Chris, but someone brought up the idea of doing a run where you were heavily encumbered the entire time. I don't know if I do it the entire time, because, like, moving around outside of combat would become horrible, but, like, heavily encumbered for fights, it's kind of interesting. Because it makes it so you can't jump, and it makes it so your movement's really bad, and you have disadvantage on, like, all the checks and whatnot.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
On YouTube did a heavily encumbered run. Was it solo honor? Just curious. Modest was even heavily encumbered on the Nautilus. See, like, outside of combat, yeah, it was. That's cool. Outside of combat, heavily encumbered just sounds tedious more than entertaining. Really fall into 2 or 3 common bypasses. Yeah, yeah. Do I rage? He's too heavy. We're gonna try something here. See if I get punished. The rock might be stopping this from being an option. No. Killing the golden zombie goose. Yeah, I don't feel like doing any printing on this run. I'm not going for, like, pre-Shadowfell 11. We're just going for 11, pre-Merkle 11. So only white items run, no uncommon or above. People have been doing naked runs. The idea is cool. Yeah, yeah. I would do a naked run before I would do something like that.
should have put on Holy Lance. I could spend an action to do that. The link. Thank you for speaking. You're gonna get the business yet? Yeah, he did. Wet. Second level chromatic orb took half his health, and then we clicked chain lightning. And we found a spot where the Marigans didn't seem to want to approach me at all. So I do kind of want to lab out level 1 your gear just for fun. Weapon roulette run, you can only use weapon attacks, melee bows. When you get a kill, you have to discard your current weapon, use a new one. Are there that many weapons in the game? Or would I have to just stock up on a bunch of, like, non-uniques? How much difficulty does no tadpoles add? Not really much. Seems super handy. They're comfortable. They're undoubtedly powerful, but, like, they don't add that much. I don't consider that an interesting restriction. All that is I need to keep using flight potions in Act 3. Oh no. Call the Week's good, but I already regularly turned it off. Especially when using Bloodlust. Not having Backlash would be... But then I would just be using, other forms of reactions more. I'd plan around using things like Riposte. Maybe Counterspell. Jack of all trades with the weakest subclasses. Well, you don't get subclasses on Jack of all trades, is the thing. Because a lot of subclasses come at, like, level 2 or 3. Call the Weak block Bloodlust? Yes. Call the Weak interferes with Bloodlust inconsistently, and Deathstalker's Mantle almost all the time. So, amusingly, for the ultimate run that people like doing, now they're all doing Dirge, Gloomstalker, Archers. Well, not having Call the Weak makes their cloak looping far more consistent. It's not a challenging run. For people who are experienced runners, I should say. Like, Flint, for example, who does not give himself enough credit for anything, is absolutely just shitting on the game on his first Ultimate Solo Honor attempt. I told him he wouldn't find it hard, and he's not, because he knows how to play. And as for other people who are having to do multiple attempts, usually it's some sort of bullshit getting them. Like, Grady got trolled by the Faith League trial. Seems like everybody who does solo honor on stream does Gloom Assassin. Certainly not everybody, but it's definitely the most popular for people just looking to get honor mode completions. And I find that amusing because Gloomstalker and Assassin, and Ranger and Rogue as a whole, were downplayed so much when this game came out, and with no changes to the classes at all, they're now the literal most popular pick. Nothing changed, People just actually started playing the game. And then basing their opinions off of how the game actually works. I'm sure you could find some Ranger downplay out in the wild. Still. Don't people not like Ranger from tabletop? People don't like Ranger because they see other people not liking Ranger. Like, 2024 Ranger looks like trash, but with the, I think it was the Tasha's revisions to Ranger, 5e Ranger isn't even bad. So, like, it's again, people hear a thing and then they run with the thing. Watching tabletop bias wear off over time has been fun. There's always more work to be done dispelling that. Level 1 Paladin run up next. The thing about a lot of the level 1 strats, Regiment, is a lot of them are independent of your class. The most important thing for current level 1 strats is medium armor proficiency. Like, Paladin has that, so. Worst thing about Tabletop Ranger, Beastmaster is use a bonus action to control their pet. Yeah, I've heard that's annoying. Release Ranger in 5e wasn't good. The revisions improved the class substantially. Thank you, Trade. Read a whole article about someone playing the worst class when it was Ranger. I mean, Third Monkey posted on Reddit recently, you know, showing people his achievement with him completing the game solo honor, level 1 wizard, Gale. And then you had people in the comments section being like, how did you do it with such a bad class like wizard? Like, not shitposting. Genuinely, it's people who have not even attempted to play the game, just forming opinions off of something that they heard somewhere. And again, I want to highlight that being ignorant to a mechanic or something, ignorance is not to be shamed. Stupidity is to be shamed. People not knowing how something works is an opportunity to have a cool discussion about what you like and why, what's good where, learning, all that. I love that shit. That's great. The shit that bothers me is people who speak with, like, authority on a subject, being like, oh, this is terrible, and you should be doing this. Trust me, I'm an expert. But without knowing anything. I give a lot of opinions on mechanics and features and whatnot, but I also play this game way too fucking much. And I surround myself with people who know as much or more than me. So we actually, you know, as a community, have built up a lot of game knowledge. Your average Redditor has no interest in that. Most people on the internet these days? Yeah. Yep. Unlike a quarter of my Twitch friends in the comments, though. In other streams, people think Wizard is bad. Lack of playing it. It's silent. Friends help friends make their brains bigger. That's the dream. This game released the overwhelming internet opinion is that it was worthless to take anything more than one level in Wizard. And Wizard literally at level 2 is the tankiest class in the game. The tankiest. Like, Bear Barbarian is pretty tanky. It's right here. Abjuration Wizard is up here. Not even in the same conversation.
Time to press ahead.
Like, Abjuration is dumb. And that's without getting into other wizard subclasses. If you don't like RNG, Divination can just be like, okay, there's no more RNG. If you don't like having to
carefully target around your friends when you're dropping a fireball, play Evocation. If you just want to acid splash your way through the entire game and never rest as a wizard, play Evocation. When back to Borderlands, I play what I want to play, Silent, and people complaining about what I'm currently playing and trying to steer me towards something specific just makes me not want to go to that thing out of spite. Not helped by the fact that the Borderlands fandom is a flaming dumpster fire of people I have no wish to interact with, so you're not helping the odds. I know you didn't mean anything by it, but...
I need a quick word.
Mole can be cranky and mean, but she looks after us. So, stock up, alright? Because you need all the help you can get to bring her home.
What about Illusion Wizard? Illusion is kind of one of the weaker wizard schools. Because, like, you don't get much that you can't just get through other sources. Like, they get the better version of Minor Illusion, which is kind of cool. But, like, Minor Illusion on its own is already so good. You know? What else does Illusion School even get? Movies coming out in a week, there's gonna be a wave. Here's how done I am with that fandom. A couple weeks ago now, they released some cosmetics for free, just to, you know, give people shit. Just some cosmetics in BL3. And I was like, hey, these look pretty cool. And I was just chatting about it. And then immediately, unprompted, someone just came and started shitting on it out of nowhere. Like, they could have done a game update. It's like, the content cycle for that game's been done for 3 fucking years. Like, please... Can't even say this free cosmetic that we got for no reason looks cool without someone deciding that you're not allowed to have fun. And, like, that's the difference with the BG3 community. People are actually here to have fun. And it's great. I like it a lot.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
Problem with Borderlands, the fandom is incredibly toxic. And primarily controlled by people who have no interest in knowing what they're complaining about, but complaining in a way that generates traffic back to the older games because that's what they want to play, because that's where the money is, and they can pretend to be knowledgeable and speak with authority. It's exhausting. It's a fandom that's intellectually bankrupt. There's so many fucking bigots in there too. And by and large, the people who consume those games and make that their sole personality trait on the internet are people who are not interested in having fun or in sharing their love of a thing with other people. They're just there to feel special by tearing other people down in every possible way they can think of. It's an absolute fucking cesspool. I need to dolly up.
Don't get anything you want to say? And
PG3 community is unironically the most helpful, kindest, most accepting video game community, possibly community in general I've ever encountered. I think the higher age range helps, not the only thing, I'm sure. The age range definitely helps, but that's not to say younger people aren't part of that. It's just different culture around the game. Now this one might be more of a spicy take, and people who play in the genre, feel free to push back on this one. But I think part of it is that looters, as a genre, attract a certain kind of people who are not there to have fun. And that sort of cascades into a bunch of shit. Okay, we just about made it XP-wise. Cutting off Nier's head. We could kill Glut too, I guess. Blood of Lathander, Hallway XP, Morning Lord's Radiance XP, getting Blood of Lathander. Yeah, we'll make it. It's a wild take. Borderlands 3 was super fun. Wonderlands wasn't super fun. It's got repetitive. Its only endgame being the stupid gas chamber thingy. Silent, you are self-reporting. Let's analyze this take. You had a subjective take about a game that I agree was super fun. Then you had another subjective take about another thing. A game in a genre built entirely around repetition of the same fucking thing over and over again with variation. Now, some people do not find randomized versions of the same activity to be sustainable content, and that is fine as a subjective opinion. But you had to frame it as that stupid thingy, immediately proving my point about people not letting other people have fun. Like, I could make it my entire personality to go to every Borderlands 2 stream and talk about how I'd rather manscape with a fucking scroll saw than play that game ever again in my entire life. But I don't, because it's not my business what other people want to have fun with. I feel like that's right. Draws an audience that understands respect in general. Well said, brother. I have a theory that when a game respects the audience, yeah, I would agree. I think mostly watching more cerebral streams helps too. I presume people who just want to e-wrestle and trade barbs would get bored with debates. Want to take your cleric levels. Roll saw has me dying. Thanks to the 100-bit tire.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Oh, this guy doesn't have money. Right, I forgot I already sold stuff to him. Ever played BL1 or BL2, so I don't know the context of that. Assuming people shit on the game or something. No, BL2 is the golden child that everyone never shuts the fuck up about. And exactly what you are doing to a game that you personally have less interest in and no real understanding of, exactly what you are doing, harshing people's mellow, just shitting on something that lives rent-free in your mind years after it came out, that just didn't work for you, exactly that, the players who enjoy that do that on the thing you like.
And on.
I apologize for anyone who has no investment in this topic whatsoever. I'm sure it's a little bit off-putting to see me get heated about it, but there's a reason I'm not active in that fandom anymore. Beyond, very casually. Don't worry, a lot of us have her still playing Call of Duty.
I might try this year's, maybe. I don't know. I haven't decided. There's some friends who have an interest in the new zombies. I always liked the zombies. So maybe. On the other hand, though, fuck Activision. I don't know. I haven't made a decision there. Oh, let's check our Rogers inventory. Actually, no, I haven't rested in a while. It hasn't changed. What am I talking about? You could have and share opinions without shitting on something. It's easy to get carried away, and social media's framed it that way. Good point, Irish. Good point. Negativity always echoes farther. I don't mind, and I'm sure no one else does, to be honest. I don't know anything about Borderlands, but you say mirrors my experience with the JRPG community, so I'm, like, leaning forwards with my hands at a triangle pressed against my mouth. I'm sorry to transfer that stress over to you. Nothing's changed except Battle Pass is more expensive. Ugh. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. I for one love that COD is more or less consistent gameplay. I like that I can pick up the new one after 2 to 3 years, never touching COD, still understand how to play. You know, when you put it that way, Regiment, that does put a positive spin on it. And I think that's why there is, like, it's good that there are formulaic releases in long-running series, because sometimes people just want a formula that they're comfortable with, right? Games are for entertainment. They are for fun, and if you find a certain thing fun and you want more of that thing, then making more of that thing is good. Like, I get that.
Best be on my way.
That's a positive way of looking at it. See this kind of thing lots in the Souls community. People like the old games, don't like the new games, stick around to shit on the new game. Yeah, like, if it matters that much to you, why are you exposing yourself to the part of the fandom that you don't want to, like, be in? Like, you insert yourself into spaces where the new game is the thing, and then just smear your shit on the walls and expect not to be called out for being a fucking clown. Like, I don't understand it. But yeah, Souls fandom. Yeah. Yeah, Priz is so black. You're right. The Dark Souls 2 was bad, come to mind. It's just like, if you don't enjoy something, don't fucking spend all of your energy and define your entire persona around shitting on that thing. Like, you don't have to do that. It's exhausting for everyone involved, yourself included. And it makes the people who are witness to that sort of behavior just lose respect for you. It's not complicated. Love Souls games, I have to agree. It feels like they just shit on the games for no reason. Love all of them equally. Imagine, Mia, imagine you having personal favorites, admiring certain attributes about one thing, and certain attributes about another thing. Looking at each individual entry in a series that you have enjoyed on merit, accepting what you like, avoiding what you don't. Imagine being that much of an adult on the internet. Could never. I need more protection from evil and good scrolls. But, like, actually, do I? With the Merkle strat I plan on doing, I sort of don't. I know pizza's a crime, and people should suffer if they like it. Good example. Good example.
What would they accomplish?
I was gonna put this hand crossbow in my storage, but that'll cause the draconic elemental thing to stick permanently, won't it? I don't want that. So I'll have to wait until after I rest. I didn't disarm Ketherick yet, but I guess I could not do that and then just Have Ketherick burn his smites on Aelin, maybe? I like pineapple pizza. I don't have a strong opinion on it. Like, if it's in front of me, I'll be like, yeah, okay.
No point
I'm not
in
gonna start, like,
lingering
screaming,
now,
crying, or
stop.
throwing up. I don't think it's a go-to for me to order or anything, but, like, people have different preferences. I don't care. Like I said, it's not my business. Pineapple and ham pizza's fire. It's not the end-all be-all, though. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. Like, I could eat it. Pizza's my ultimate delivery service. I don't know if I said hi. Hi, Wales. Good to see you. Is the Dragon Age hype eating you as well? It's starting to get to me. I need that game, like, now. Pineapple on pizza is a decent meal, but a top-class icebreaker. That's true. I think it might be October. Oh, yeah, the rumor mill is saying that they're announcing the release date, like, soon. Love anchovies. I only had anchovy pizza once, and I liked it. I don't know why I never bothered to have it again. It's like dragging myself through glass. When it comes to weapon damage, I always feel like I'm falling behind starting in Act 2. I'll try to improve that besides adding more damage riders or Savage Attacker. What kind of weapons are you dealing damage with, Nemesis? And, like, what class are you? It helps. Because, like, the answer is going to be different for an archer versus, like, a dual wielder, etc. Chocolate pizza for a time? How was that? Was it, like, bitter chocolate or, like, sweet? Cake-ish? I don't think I would like that. That sounds like a lot to, like... You know when you eat a really rich chocolate, and after a couple bites, you're just kind of like, I'm done with this? Like the mouthfeel, I guess. I hate the term mouthfeel. It sounds gross. To be honest, I do dueling on melee bards. Always been Fowler Louvre. That's a pretty good layout. So dueling's good because, much like the damage riders you mentioned, it gives you a good floor on your damage. I would say the best way to get consistency on your damage output in this game is two things. Accuracy, so that you hit, and then increasing the floor. Increasing the floor matters more than increasing the ceiling. This is why I don't put my faith in things like Divine Smite, because it's a fistful of die, but without Savage Attacker you have no consistency. So the floor is very low and the ceiling is very high, but you have a lot of variation in what you could roll in between. So increasing the floor as a policy is good. A place I used to go to made a pizza, like a chocolate chip cookie dessert pizza. It was buttery and good. Very often with that shield, never managed to recognize it. This is the Sentinel shield. This is one of my most used items in the game. Nothing to apologize for, by the way, Thana. We're chilling. Again, I apologize for the heated, less than measured tone earlier, but I prefer this. Lantarv sells it. Free initiative. That's why I love it. Guaranteeing you go first in the turn order is one of the best things you can do for your consistency. And I value consistency over everything else, at least for my personal playstyle. That's why I like accuracy so much. It's why I try to avoid doing attack rolls unless I'm sure that I'll be safe. How to go about achieving that? So, like you said, damage riders. Damage riders are very good. But small increases like Callous Glow, Caustic Band, they add up the more of them that you get. Using poisons can be very good, because each hit you apply If they fail to save, they'll get another stack of the poison. So let's say you stab someone like 6 times in one turn with your poison dagger, purple worm toxin. They failed all of them. At the end of their next turn, they're going to take purple worm toxin damage 6 times. Each of those individual 6 is going to get damage riders. So Callous Glow, lightning charges. Making use of Hex or Hunter's Mark, if you have one of them available, can be a significant damage output increase against an enemy. No consistency run, that could be enjoyable. No need to apologize for 5% more forcefulness in your tone. I mean, I like leaning into the positivity. So when the conversation dips into the more negative stuff, I do want to make sure people know that I'm about the positive side of things. Because you never know if like a first-time watcher is here. It's like, oh, this dude's screaming and ranting about some shit I don't care about. Watching you had me realize I left way too much of my gameplay up to RNG, changed the way I play, especially my solo. A lot of that came over time, Regiment, from like me losing runs to trusting things. Like the reason why I always have Ring of Free Action on if I'm not sure what I'm doing is because I have lost more runs to hold person than anything else. And some of those were me going into rooms where I didn't know an enemy had hold person, and then I got punished for not being prepared. Stream's grown a lot with BG3 content. It's nice to see. I appreciate that. I'm very happy with the growth lately. I was here for the rebranding for Toxic Dolls. Special attacks and marshals usually have an extra die, which also improves the floor. This includes special arrows. Great point, Pris. These special arrows for archery, obviously arrows of slaying, but the more low-level options. This one is like the weakest of the damage increasing arrows. Just an extra D4 necrotic. Shutting off healing is great too, but this is the weakest one, and it's still a good damage floor increase. And then you have the crazy ones, like arrows of ice being extra damage to the target you're hitting, and also an AoE that could also do a surface, and that extra AoE gets things like Titan String bonus again, and all of that stuff snowballs. Screaming Rant is like 15% of how some people react to defeating Priestess Scout with the full team. Oh, well, I appreciate that, Leia. I appreciate you as always. I know you use Viconia's shield versus the ads of the Wrath fight during the you hit me and you die. See much use for it in other applications. Yeah, Viconia's shield would just functionally replace, it's just a strict upgrade from the Iron Banded shield. Most shields have 2 AC. Iron Banded shield and Viconia's have 3. So, high armor class item. You also just impose disadvantage on enemy spells used against you while having Viconia's shield on. And unlike every other shield bash in the game, like you can see the shield bash on Sentinel's shield here, Viconia's does damage on top of the effect there. So it's a reaction that can do damage, force prone. It's even force damage, so nothing resists it or anything. Viconia's shield's great. One of the strongest individual items in the game. Literally never took free action when I was newer. It's one of those things that, like, it does nothing sometimes, but sometimes it does everything. Am I crazy? Is Polar Master underrated? Polar Master is absolutely underrated. Polar Master is incredible. And it deserves more love.
Looking at something? Another quirk of my... I've never even seen this face. Is it?
What is this Githyanki option?
When you look at me?
Are Githyanki canonically Rizless? I want to click it, but I don't know how it'll go. Kid named Crater Flesh. Crater Flesh gloves don't behave. Worth remembering the stream skews value towards solo priorities, often party best practice, but not always. Yeah, that's true. There are some things I don't value very highly because I have fewer hands on deck. Things like crowd control spells you have to concentrate on, because I'm the only one here who can concentrate. I'm more likely to be concentrating on something purely offensive or purely defensive. Like, I'm gonna... You see me use Blur, Protection from Evil and Good, Hex. You see me use those things a lot. But I never do something like Fear. Because I need to be more efficient in a solo setting. Michael Jackson a Githyanki? No, he was a Githyank he. There's a difference. Someone's done Gith playthrough. That option does not affect anything, but a star's reaction is great. Thank you, Rachel.
Gods above. Would it kill you to dispense a compliment?
Wow. What are these? Like, this is nice. This is nice. What are these? Choose 3. I wanna. He hates too. Let's do. What do you guys want here? In-game poll. I keep forgetting this is an option. I want to do 3, but like 4 just seems rude. Three is such a Lae'zel thing to say. Yeah, it is. Polar Master is great. One of my builds in Pathfinder is a horse riding paladin with a glaive, and I'm living out my Polar Master fantasies to the fullest. I really enjoyed my Tempest Cleric Polar Master. That was super cool. I do want to do a fighter with Polar Master, because you have that extra feat. You could do like Great Weapon Master and Polar Master. Obviously, the Polar Master, maybe not obviously. The Polar Master attack doesn't benefit from Great Weapon Master, but like, it's cool. Alright, let's do 3.
Right, Let's leave it there, shall we? It's been a long day, and I've had all the compliments I can take.
Don't forget, you need to keep the romance. Jazz, you are so right, and I should have thought of that. We'll see. We'll see if I can actually maintain that. Oh yeah, CTV's describing my description of my Tempest Cleric. Yeah, basically what I would do a lot of the time is scratch, stop it. So I would stand in a puddle of water and electrify it with lightning resistance and some damage reduction so that I wouldn't, get hurt by it. Then at level 6, Tempest Clerics get Thunderbolt Strikes, so any time they damage something that's large or smaller with lightning or thunder damage, that thing gets knocked back. There's no saving throw, it just happens. So, if I'm standing in an electrified surface, if I'm using these, the Water Sparkers, it'll electrify the surface for me. Anyone who takes damage from the water gets knocked back. They get the electrocuted status. So on their turn at the beginning, that tick deals lightning damage to them, knocks them back. Then they'll run into the surface again, take the damage from that, get knocked back. If they still have movement, usually they'll dash, try to get to me again. They'll hit the Spirit Guardians, which I have lightning charges, so they get knocked back. If they still somehow manage to get to me, when they enter my threatened range, I get the prompt to do Polar Master reaction. So I hit them, my weapon has thunder or lightning damage, often both, it knocks them back. But if I'm using Dual Wielder, with the Dual Wield toggle on, I hit them with my second weapon too, and that also knocks them back. So things trying to get to me just ate like 6 knockbacks in a turn without being able to do anything. And then there's other things, like if on a turn I didn't have to do Polar Master reaction, I could then save my reaction for Psionic Backlash,
with lightning charges to knock someone back to interrupt their animation when they're trying to cast a spell. And there's lots of enemies that if you do that to them, they just don't get whatever they were gonna do. Like, for example, if someone on your side attacks Raphael and he does his Beguiling Rebuke, his legendary action, that's a spell. If you interrupt that with Backlash and make him go prone with Reverb or knock him back with Thunderbolt Strikes from lightning charges, it just won't happen. He won't try to do it again either. It just won't happen. So it's sort of like a DIY counterspell. That doesn't cost you a resource, and it does damage. Okay. I don't really have bombs or jump potions. Am I doing on invis potions? I would like more. What if I just sent a Shadow Heart? My sleep scrolls? Weird. It's not the strongest. Frost Sorcerer is fun to play too. I think thinking in terms of... I said thinking a lot. Thinking in terms of the strongest is, like, not productive, because things are hard to compare. Cold damage as a damage type in BG3 scales very well. It's very good, because not a lot of enemies resist it, and you can apply wet to force vulnerability. So I agree with you that it's very, very good. And I don't think thinking of stuff in this game in terms of strongest, weakest is productive most of the time. It's like, you get into the weeds of, like, okay, how are you defining this? And without context, it doesn't go anywhere.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
I was hoping to get mats to make haste spore grenades, but it's okay. I don't need it. Just make sure my consumables are set for other things.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Speed pots are like haste spore grenades if you squint hard enough. Yeah. Squint really hard and you have a lot of them. Yes.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Come.
What path lies before me? I need a quick word.
It greets you with a harrowing meat.
Freely.
In your
There's bliss spores. Let's go get Nier's corpse. This guy scares the shit out of me every time he starts singing somewhere. I could abuse sorcerer features to get infinite spell slots right now. I don't really feel like it. It doesn't sound fun. I end up running Cloud Giant for saving on All of the Damned. Yeah, actually, I think I do. Weird. Go Hill Giant to start, so I don't feel good about that. Beldron, how did your body get out of the lava? That's weird.
What's in here?
Breaking the Haste Borger data being out of combat, so you only get one turn. Yep, that's
you.
love that. Love it.
I should get a mask.
Do I need more void bulbs? I need more caustic bulbs. Yeah. Every build's viable if you try hard enough. Including Pallet.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I wanted more protection from evil and good before going into this, but just raw dog it. Okay, so I need C invis. I actually kind of don't, but do it anyway. No, there's one fight I need it for. Fine. I remember now why I shouldn't have clipped Wargaz. I did want his hat for Merkel. Oh well. Another playthrough. There will be more time.
No one's stopped you yet.
Peace bring it as
120 XP, also a very good amulet. Yeah, make sure I get the XP for going into the Sovereign's Refuge. My friend and I's co-op campaign would come to the conclusion that everyone has potential XP. It's been fun murdering areas. Don't think I'd enjoy such an unhinged playthrough alone, as my completionist brain would just scream at me, having a lot of fun. Unfortunately, Whales, the more we've optimized this game, the more murder hoboing for XP just kind of makes sense. Like, I'm just choosing not to murder hobo this colony. Everyone except for the vendors here, it would be optimal for me to kill. For XP. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to. But I should.
I should get a mask.
Fully expecting for Terrorzul stack to be patched out. It'd be so sad when it happens. I won't really be sad, because it's something that I've only been using for a very short period of time. So I've formed no attachment to it, you know? Ollie up.
Anything you want to say?
Merkle strat. I'm just gonna do the level 1 strat, rando, but like, while leveled. For the 10 Wizard, 2 Warlock, Eldritch Blaster, doesn't matter if you take Blast as either one. So, if you take Blast from your Warlock levels, it'll scale off of your Charisma. If you take it from a feat on your Wizard levels, it'll scale off of Int. Depending on what you have available and at what part of the game, attacking with one of them might be better than attacking with the other one. But it depends on your stats. There's also a real lack of consequences if you're choosy about when you kill people. Yeah, like, if you start a fight with everyone you meet as soon as you meet them, you miss out on a lot. But if you, you deplete everything they're around in the game for, and they're not an NPC who shows up later in the game, then almost everyone is fair game.
Need to find a way forward. Seems simple enough.
I guess who still hasn't memorized this? You imagine? You imagine being prepared to get an important buff. Also need to actually grab the weapons. Hopefully I didn't sell the non-magical ones that I keep for this purpose. Warhammer, mace. Please tell me I didn't sell the battle axe. I didn't. Cool. Northeast is Warhammer. So that one. Southeast mace. And battle axe over here. Imagine having that memorized. Could not be me. Working towards memorizing chests. I'm gonna be honest, Trade. I won't lie to you. No, I'm not. I'm not working towards that at all.
This blood sounds important. Could it still be here somewhere?
Four-year-old son of grandma and me hang out. 6-year-old walks up to me and says, "It's so hard for me and I'm without my sister." Don't mind me at that. Aww. Is there an angle from this side? Not sure that there is. Rolled Bard 3, then I bet. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Having these flourishes has been pretty wild. You don't just solve the chess puzzle? No, no. Lightning go burr. Very important that I came up here to kill this blue jay for 1 XP. Very important. We got the Grimishka in the chest. Quag solving puzzles? Okay, listen. PG3 Companion on Twitch shows me almost everything about your character except active buffs. I really, really like Twitch integration on games. I think it's awesome. Do I have the key to this?
That's what was in there? Those little shits.
Kind of forgot to attack it before it actually got the buff. But watch, we just hit. Watch this. It's easy. Never punish. Someone made a crowd control mod for PG3. Would you play it? Yeah, I would. Is that always the line? Yeah, I think that's always the line. I'm pretty sure I've heard Karlak say that exact phrase, machete. Never punished, Ron. You see the buff appear? Yeah, I did get it. It's right here. Keep this. No, I clicked the wrong one. When lightning makes the most sense. Fire for oil of combustion. No, we'll do fire. Gotta remember not to shoot at anyone who's standing on my caustic brine. Punish run. We're vulnerable to critical hits. Hey, that was the Gale Barbarian run, where I took naps to make enemies crit me. Twinning this once for long rest thing's awesome. Yeah, sorcerer privilege there. I get it on both of my bows. Cool stuff. Just discovered selling a lock container to a vendor will automatically unlock the container. I think I've heard that. I think someone mentioned that the other day, Mia. But good info to share. Love crowd control so fucking much. Some of the best Twitch streams I've ever seen. The other day I was watching one with Resident Evil 4 crowd control. It's just good content. Definitely agree. We're strong. Look at this.
The statue
See,
starts to
it takes more strength to fail the check than it does to succeed.
Stuck.
Strength of character. I don't know what I'm talking about either.
Statues reveal the hidden door. Curious.
I've accidentally gone out of bounds jumping through doorways like that, so that's why I waited. A little momentary flashback. I didn't get the mighty cloth. There's a bit of an L on my part, but it'll be fine. Smuggler's ring. Graceful claw. Rare case of a puzzle Quag gets memorized. Yeah. Yeah. DC 25, yeah. I was amazed by how many solutions this game just doesn't hit towards applying, except for applying real-world logic to the game, like using grease there. It's really great. I definitely appreciate that aspect too. Like when getting into the inner section of the bank in Act 3, you can either enter the code on the keypad, or you can just short out the entire system with electricity. Just forgetting to turn base here. I've seen people lose runs here. I don't want to follow suit. reanimate Gek? I don't think so. There's a hint about the electricity. Yeah, there is a note that tells you. That is true.
Blood of Lathander, as I barely live and hardly breathe.
Cool. We're done in this map now. Forgot that I actually need a couple of things here that I sent over to Shadowheart. Yeah, I should be fine now. Be fine now. For a brief bit, I felt like a higher inted Gale when I figured out the mechanics for Grim. Grim is another one of those things where my first time fighting it, I just brute forced it. Because I wasn't paying enough attention. I was like, oh, big boss, hit big boss. Oh, wow, those are some annoying resists. I guess this is going to take a while. Hit, 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 hit. And then later I was like, oh, there's like... There's stuff you can do here. Yeah, the first time I fought Grim, I got that achievement. Because on my very first playthrough, I didn't go there. But by the time I started playing, like, Tactician, I went there. At least I think it was on my my first Tactician. Or it might have been my second one. Yeah. Confession time, Grim was the one and only thing I looked up how to beat after losing Honor to him twice. No shame in that. How dare you try to overcome a situation using the tools at your disposal, including searching the answer. Shame. I will now gatekeep you and label all of your accomplishments invalid.
Was that a click I heard? There's something about these.
First ever run was Warlock. I always got in the habit of examining enemies so I could see if their highest, lowest stat was to apply hacks on. Yeah, my first run was also Warlock. Quag cast Invalidation. It was super effective. I also remembers calling Nintendo Hotline as a kid for game tips before you had internet. You guys remember buying, like, those physical game guides? I had so much fun reading through those. I'm kind of a fucking nerd. So what am I doing? I need to be... I need to turn from Githyanki into Githyanki. It's not a shitpost. Allows me to have Shapeshifter's Boon active, and use Aberration Hunter's Amulet. Is this the end one?
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
We have some bonuses. Start Shard as level 1 druid and go rest cleric to get druid spells also.
You feel
Will you get the druid spells the druid could have at level 1? Yes. Beyond that, no.
A deep, eldritch hum echoes in the corners of your mind. Your patron knows a thing or two.
And this one's wisdom.
Do you think yourself wise enough to be granted Shah's blessing? Oh.
Trying to get through the door in the crush captain room. She's so strong, I don't think I'm supposed to be able to fight her. She is very strong. Keep in mind, Three Geese, you do not have to do everything right away. Like, you can come back later.
An altar to Shah.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
I almost forgot to go get Night Singer's favor. That would have been awkward. Game guides weren't as prevalent when I started playing games, mostly word of mouth or magazines. Sometimes have a guide. Gotcha. For me, I played GameCube growing up as a kid. GameCube, original Xbox, a little bit of PS2, but like the GameCube was the one I have the most fond memories of. So getting guides for various GameCube games I was playing was a big treat.
A deep, ancient contempt wells within you to steal a boon from these
Okay. We got our necrotic resistance now. Undermount King makes more sense for a bit. Did I ever get Risky Ring from Mirage? I did. That's fine. Yeah, that works. Okay, what am I forgetting, buff-wise? There are 19-year-olds at my job, and today I had the pleasure of describing printing directions off MapQuest to them. Oh no. Time has progressed. I always mystified watching my dad do puzzle games when young, trying Grim Fandango missed Neverhood long before I was ready to grasp their worlds. Explains a lot, Chris. Explains a lot. I think now I just need to put Shard in my party. We're good to go. I didn't buy the automaton gloves from Barkus, but I can't be fucking bothered.
A private word would be nice.
No matter. She wishes... Rings a bell? I don't... Well, perhaps I can come up with something later. All the same. But sometimes I wonder if she would ever deem me ready. You already know my biggest Well, I like Night Orchid. It's a deal.
The dialogue gets very confused when you're shapeshifted.
This must be where initiates undertook their final preparations.
I did everything, right? Have the Oak Father's Embrace. Okay. I don't really have as many healing potions as I should for what we're going to be doing, but I do have Vital Conduit Boots. I can do that.
Here goes nothing.
Starting the Act 2 finale 6.5
Must be
hours
the
into
last
stream
step.
is certainly a choice.
I need to pray. Only by Lady Shard.
You feel your might.
That wasn't for you to hear. Not that it matters. Just...
Now, hopefully I have enough approval with her.
As you said, curls.
Hey, dwarf meat berries. I forgot to go get berries. No, dwarf meat's not an option in this run, but I forgot to get berries. Oh well. Never before seen Act 2 completion on a Quag stream. Show you completion on a Quag stream.
I feel lighter. But the softest push could send me drifting away.
Listening? Stop listening. Wholesome moment. I'm just a wholesome little guy. Chart, are you stuck? Are you shitting me right now? How are you still encumbered, ma'am? It always spares the night song in my powers that I give her the choice. Any decisions, interactions, change what she does. Approval. Yeah. It's an approval threshold for that to happen. If your approval with her is low, she'll just kill her.
I have emptied my heart of falsehoods. I have
Also, even if your approval with her is good, if you tell her not to do it, she'll be more likely to do it. You can win a check to make it so even she won't do it even at low approval, but yeah. DC 30. Night Song point system. There's a couple point systems tied to a couple things with Shadowheart's decisions in both Act 2 and 3. Yeah. I could have thrown away the spear to guarantee you'd be fine, but let's live dangerously.
It's not blind.
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter.
You know something about you. Spare, and let's see. Is there a precise approval level for this? If there is, I'm not aware of it. Okay, we're good. Yes, I've played this enough that I recognize the difference in facial animations there. I might play too much.
Are you ready?
We need to leave. The Night Song will be headed for Moonrise Towers. We'd better
This
get
music
there.
is great. This cutscene is great. I am resplendent. Yes, I know. I'm sorry I skipped it, but I've been live for way too long. I want to get this act done.
Well chosen.
Oh, hey, that's a sage inspo? Of course it is. This does friendly fire. This psychic damage? Yeah, this will hurt you. It sucks. I really wish the weapon wasn't butt cheeks. Sailor Moon lesbian. That is a magical girl transformation if I've ever seen one.
Shadowheart looks distraught.
She took flight to hunt.
Slopes on the ground. Okay, I forgot to kill Lantar. And Ro Moonglow. Oh, forgetting to kill Ro Moonglow is actually a problem. That's gonna matter in Act 3. I will have to use a Vigilance Elixir for that encounter now.
This is it. The spearhead moment. Say the word, and we're off. I'm touched.
Don't want to draw any attention. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Time to put your tails to the test, warrior.
Is it Lantar? Or are you sure, buddy?
Stalking.
Have to keep going. Let's see.
Is still solo just a summon? Yeah, exactly. Look at her placement. That is why I'm using her. Ah, I forgot to get Vigilance Elixirs. I knew I forgot something important. Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
All's well that ends. Is about to curve.
Hmm?
Still alive, so that's progress.
Not an XP Left Behind, sponsored by Quag. I shouldn't need protection from evil and good here. My AC should be high enough. Open Holy Lance. Do Callous Glow. Hopefully this will be enough initiative-wise. I may get surprised, which would not be ideal, so... Oh, Jahira just fucks off? Okay. I didn't know that she would. We had Jahira for just Lantar. Cool. Oh, yeah, I have no speed pots. That's fun. I need these fists to live so I can kill them for XP. Hey, RBF Queen. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. It's really generous. I appreciate it. Thank you. Probably the least prepared I've seen you be going into a battle. Yeah, I'm just kind of full sending it. I have 4 Mindstorm? Oh, really? Sure, that's those are flying. No, I don't have any. Guess you could say you need the fists to not bloody their knuckles. I'll allow it. Where'd Jahira go? Apparently she just won't come down here. She walked off over to, like, the throne room. So, weird.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Ever seen that encounter? How do you trigger it? This is down here if you free Dame Aelin and you go down in the prison during the assault on Moonrise Towers. This is one of the heaviest XP encounters in the game. So it is one of the biggest reasons to spare Dame Aelin in like a challenge run. Really? There's a wailing on the armor of Agathis. That's cool. Throne room. Jigami. Javera. Get it? Jahira, Javera. Also is not aware of this encounter. Yeah, it's a ton of Necromites and Death Shepherd, a few Merkelites. It can be very scary if you're unprepared. I don't really have much multi-target. I didn't bring speed pots. I'm very clearly just kind of rowing for content. Stack momentum, the stairwell. No, because you'll get put in the turn order, and like these allies are here. That's why. If these fists were to die, then yes. Other fight many misses the Act 3 finale sewers fight. Worth looking up if you've not seen it. Yeah, I actually haven't done that one on stream. I'm usually just doing the faster route. Alright, if these fists live this turn, I gotta AoE them myself. They might not, though. Do a fireball. Oh, wait. Okay, no, we're good. This one was supposed to die. Awkward. much health do you have? It's possible. Not quite. What now? Yeah, there's an alternate route to the through the upper city. You can just go through the sewers. So I didn't get XP for that one fist. Skill issue. But yeah, I usually just invis through the courtyard because it's fastest. Can't do that right now. On my turn, I gotta toggle charm to not ask. Yeah, my wisdom isn't making my spell save DC negative anymore. Dark Lady buff. The Courier are just the ones I'm good now? Yeah, exactly my thoughts. Seen it, over it. I can prep more spells in the druid slot. Hey, Harry. Spend a turn here. Want fire resistance. Do this yourself? What do you mean? What's my AC? Currently 27. Yeah, I thought about doing Iron on shield, because yeah, the highest they can roll is 27. Yeah, so if I have one more AC. Fine, I don't want to use more spell slots. I was just kind of worried about the fireball. But I'll deal with it. The rules, why? For fun. I mean, I completed the game at level 1 solo honor. So I was like, hey, let me do something. And then the following run I did after that was Monk just bullying the game, and it was boring. So now I get to do something interesting again. The game kind of just threw me 3 bard levels. Just weird, but. Incubate death on object. Ah, yes. My favorite object. Object. This will take a while. I'm staying far enough back that I'm not baiting a fireball. They are spawning more enemies because of that. I'm not getting XP for a lot of these, because they're ones that respawned. If the Yank of a chain is so good, though, you must be bard. There's the fireball. Low roll, please. That was not low. I failed the saving throw. Guess it could have been worse. Ow. Not you two. Ow. Closest I've come to dying. Interesting Misty stuff choices, but okay. So I could have died to high rolls that turn. Final move. How many turns of what do I have left? 2? Fine. Go on a run where the entire run consists of eating your other party member, the enemy, for damage. I like it. Okay, wet yourself. Fire resistance. Really? Not the crit miss. All have dried off now. You're just focused on spawning more back there. I can take you out with another full commit on Magic Missile. Stop hitting yourself with your Incubate Death. I do not like this position. You just passed your turn back there. You're also just passing your turn. Where's the one with reverb? Saved. The one that had the worst chance of saving was the one that saved. Still wet for 2 turns. Playing this fight very slow due to my resource constraints. And that close call with Fireball. Should have been running Ring of Twilight here and staying in darkness, like put out the torches, because then I could run the shield for fire resistance that way. This works. You're still at full HP back there. Use an Alchemist Fire. You spawn that on yourself. Merkelites do that sometimes. Like that. Thank you for the demonstration. Yes, really? Spawning it next to your ally? That's a choice. Let them do that right to my Spirit Guardians. Yeah. Merkelites are not the... Contrary to their instat, they're not smart. Slow and steady. Merkel fight done or not yet? Not yet. This fight wouldn't be here if Merkel was done. Working our way over there. Trying to get through this without using any more resources, which is why it's slow. Looking to see if I have Shatter. Oh, it's okay. I only have 1 bomb and I'm saving that. Really? Don't do that. I really don't like that. That's why I don't like that. Shield, really? Didn't know you had that. So many bones, yeah. You have more? That's crazy. That's a choice. I think the game knows I didn't prep with a surplus of healing potions this time, but it's doing this to just kind of burn through what I do have.
What do I have to lose?
Never punished. Yeah, finally getting punished. I only went to the hardest section of the game with no resources. It's fine. Everything's fine. This is still base Eldritch Blast, by the way, like unbuffed. I don't have Potent Robe on. Okay. Skull won't be useful in Ketheric. Immunity. We'll go Haste Home, I guess. No, we'll go Fistbreaker. This still gives Ketheric a small chance of outspeeding me, which I don't love. Go Hill Giant Club. Vigilance Elixir? No, I'm saving Vigilance for other things. Oh, we raw dog this shit.
Better not be cursed. Very well.
Here, you still wanna help me fight Ketheric? That's still on the table?
Long last. I stand ready to reinforce.
There we go. Gonna get level 11 for Merkel? Yes. You don't have a lot of experience with group runs. What class of spells abilities change the most party runs versus solo runs? I don't have an easy answer to that. I'd say the value of, like, concentration spells that buff allies, other than just yourself, goes way up. I had to pick a thing. I didn't even get enough blight potions. What is bro cooking?
All right.
You. What have you done?
Very persuasive.
Unlike you.
Rise, you.
I would.
People, the gods.
Alright, good initiative. Good initiative. Not Aelin though, she sucks.
Death greets us all, but not today.
Got the prone, huge.
Another fight. Let's go.
Strain your decks. You just not get ability drink? Also, where's... Okay. Right, I have fire damage. Stupid. I don't know why you didn't get ability drain though. That is weird.
Onward.
Captain Glenn, how you doing? No persuade? I did it. What do you mean? We cook? I'm gonna be very busy Saturday. If I have energy afterwards. And there's the prompt. Comedy.
Do you know? I think we have given offense.
Blood comes easy these days.
Get a mail in. She's blinded. Cast Call Lightning is recasting to keep high damage? Yes.
Enough.
That's juicy.
tentacle was colossal.
I zoomed
How can
it
such
here.
a thing be possible?
That thing came from below. We need to find out where it took Ketherick. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I do need vigilance. Fine. Still 24 AC this way. Full inspos. Yep. Go.
The hole yawns back at you.
The tower sits on top of a gate.
Snabby's going in. Yeah, Mark. I shouldn't, but like, he's level 1 strat. Yes, that's what I want to do. We're gonna use Oakfather's Embrace.
Tread carefully.
Yeah.
We are very close to the source of the Absolute now.
Just because I think it'd be funny.
That telepathic storm has become a tempest.
Check back in an hour then.
Better be cautious. Have seen everything.
Mind flayers and civilians, side by side. This must be where they infect and transform those they kidnap.
I need to find a way forward.
First time in a long time I've used Risky Ring on a run. Each intellect power is almost a boulette. Yeah, it's one scratch short of being a boulette.
Alright, time to skulk about. Wonder if the gods are watching me. On my way.
Brine pools, but empty of tadpoles. Unusual. There's a parasite nearby. You should take a closer look.
By Grazit's cock, it's about...
The controls are open to your tadpoles.
Variant, smash the pod.
Your authority.
Believe her? No, I need her to live to be mean to me. Very important. Roulette blend. You know what's a shame though?
If there are the device is open.
We never found Zevlor. I don't know where he got off to. He should have made himself easier to find.
Alright, time to skulk about. What path lies before me?
Approaching this cause reverb? Yes. Shame we couldn't flush him out in the end. Well done.
Bring death. Embrace death.
Very well.
Expecting another fireball instant. Oh, you're dashing, cool.
Once I'm done with you.
It's cursed with this bizarre ailment called fucking dying. I didn't know you had that. Weird. Fuck your shield. I crit.
I shall make sweet music of your skin.
Sure. That Necro might just pick up a sword? They do that? I didn't know they'd do that. Huh. Ready to Necro fight, apparently.
No traps, please.
Measles pick up weapons too. That one I knew.
Open up.
The moment comes. The absolute.
Oh, his Necro might. Seeing it happen is going to be Necro tight. I shouldn't be disappointed. I shouldn't have the audacity to be disappointed in you guys. Yet somehow, here we are.
Softer than a whisper.
Can't risk being in open view. What path lies before me?
That was gonna last all Necro night. That was pretty good, actually. Necro right?
Here goes nothing.
If I was a paladin, maybe I could Necro smite. Sorry. Won't happen again. Please forgive me. So I invis and I minor illusion them together, and I oil combustion. Yeah.
Just out of view.
Will be buffs. Being prepared is nice.
Best be on my way.
Not with the right boots. I was wondering if my AC looked weird. It would have hit me, so it's fine. Kind of forgot about how crazy Adamantine Shield plus Reaper Boots is. It is, kind of dumb. So satisfying. I love Thunderwave so much. It's so much fun. We'll level on the next kill. Or I see Thunderwave in action, more tempted I am to actually do a meme run of Shocker and Spider-Man. Do it! You can't escape me.
Death won't take me yet.
Okay, guess what time it is? Alright, level 11. This is where the game changes, so to speak. We could really get screwed on this level. If I get Paladin here, then level 12 is going to be scuffed no matter what I get. Yes. Let's fucking go, man. Huge. Huge. Oh, I can pick my domain. I can pick any of the ones that give you found God. I can pick any of the ones that give heavy armor. So let's see, that's life, that's nature, that's tempest, and that's war. Tempest, my beloved, in case we get a second cleric level. Yeah. Yeah. We can do Potent Robe Sacred Flame now. Isn't that great? You guys excited about that? Deity... Trying to think, are there any notable things in Act 3? I don't think I want to be a Saluna Cleric. Githyanki might like Bahamut. Maybe. Roll D7 for Domain. The flesh pits of the Illithid colony, Githyank and Machain has found his faith. We could be lore friendly and go with Blackith, I guess. Which of these have I not done before? Should be random. I don't feel like this impacts nothing. We're going Blackith. Sanctuary does give me time to set up the silly strat too. Okay, yeah, this is I can add protection from evil and good to my prepared. Yeah, this is so good. I forgot to add Grimskull Helm to my inventory. That's fine. It's fine. I was gonna wear it. I would have worn it. That's me coping. Coming crits back to back. Tempest, in case you get another cleric level, somewhat. I do also get the Tempest cleric reaction, and that's pretty nice. Disguise as a different gift? Yes.
I feel this is multi-patch. What's become of her?
Did get Scratch's ball, right? Yeah, okay. Couldn't remember if I did that this run.
What's hiding here?
It is incomplete.
Hey, Meta, thank you for the 2-month. Really appreciate it. How's your day?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Let's go.
Presidents don't even do, just sits in my camp, giving anyone who goes near a buff. This is where the inspect feature goes crazy. Advantage on physical checks, so athletics, sleight of hand, stealth, those kinds of things. Disadvantage on mental saving throws, so that's charisma saving throws, wisdom saving throws, intelligence saving throws, psychic vulnerability. So not only does it make your physical checks better, but you can get near enemies, give them psychic vuln, and disadvantage on their mental saves. As long as you play around the downside, and don't bring it to situations where it would hurt you, There is no downside. Mustache male get Yankee disguising as default male get Yankee. Mm-hmm. Basically, for any build where you're doing a lot of psychic damage, such as Vicious Mockery, it is a massive damage increase, and also a consistency increase. I can stand near someone, Vicious Mockery them, they're rolling with disadvantage, and they will take double damage when it lands. I'll probably do that a lot in Act 3. I have Twin Spell, Vicious Mockery. Band of the Mystic Scoundrel, Twin Spell, bonus action, Vicious Mockery. Ooh.
Pretty I guess
Fake
you're
second
no
mustache on
guest of
top.
the gate either. Perhaps we might well mind you.
Your patron bids you call as you.
Please, touch my mind. Thank no.
I ate her whole mindussy. I regretted saying that immediately. I understand. I will accept judgment. Implications of carrying around the resonant stone exposing the populace to it are unsettling. Yeah, a bit.
My heart. And you, my...
The stench. I wonder how many pilgrimages to Numra has ended down here.
This calls for careful footwork. With haste.
I could just do the dialogue here, to be honest.
They wish to repurpose all.
No, you could take advantage of its vulnerability.
Bad kitty. Sings wrong song.
Very persuasive.
Fix.
Other class would be better than another bard for level 12.
Okay.
Well, 2 warlock would still be very, very good. 2 warlock, 2 fighter, or 4 bard would be like my best case options at this point. I guess 2 cleric would be good too. Now that I got heavy armor proficiency from my cleric level, yeah, it's just grabbing class features. Oh, I even got 4th level spellcasting thanks to that cleric level. A wizard level would be good, because then I could scribe a bunch of real good shit. Is Tempest also heavy? Yes. It's one of the reasons I selected it.
Descend. Prepare. Obey. Evacuate.
A hole. What's through this place?
War, Life, Tempest, and Nature are the heavy armor ones.
Prepare. Evacuate.
What do I want to do with my spell slots before I click that? Anything? I don't think I want to do a big Agathis cast. Next up, class roulette, you have to respec and reroll all of your levels when you level up. 1 minute you could have 4 levels of bard, next you have 2 levels of paladin, 2 levels of rogue. That sounds... Why do I think that sounds fun? There's something wrong with my brain. That actually sounds like a good time. I don't know what's wrong with me. You gotta do it. I like that idea. It does sound like a fun idea. No. I forgot to bring gloves that have plus to strength. Oh, hang on. Never mind. The telekinesis gloves have me covered. A soda flawed hell dusk. Or flawed hell dusk. Haste helm. Yeah, this looks good. I don't think I need to do any crazy sorcery point shenanigans, to be honest.
Descend. Prepare.
Can I not summon us? Well, us was here, just don't know where. I'm blind.
Descend. Assemble.
Okay. We get heroism. Yeah, Earth Ellie can have it. Cratch will be going into this anyway.
Looking ahead.
Descend. Prepare.
Birthright's lying and only stacks 22. No. Well, gets you to 22, you can stack other things. Yeah, it gets you to 22, and then things that don't have that cap can let you go beyond that, yeah. Pretty much get 22 charisma. So I had 16 base. I got one more from Auntie Ethel's hair, and I temporarily have +5 from the Dark Lady's Grace buff, and the Sharon Sanctuary in Act 2. Until long rest, I have that +5. It'll go back to 17 after that.
Very well. My tadpole's squirming.
Two items in Act 3 get +2 charisma? Yes. not have an elixir? What did I even give you? Sure.
Nice and quiet now.
No long. We found it.
Unfortunately, we will be skipping my favorite cutscene. In the interest of time and focus.
You wag.
Now, it's really... And Catherine... And I...
It is... Don't waste a step. Keeping my head down. Should mind my step.
Yeah, all looks correct. You don't have enough buffs? You're right. I'm sorry. Let you down.
If not over, then through. All right then. Don't want to draw any attention.
There you are. Perhaps you hope to learn your plate. I will kill you now. And then I will raise you as my servant.
Hey, Grady.
No.
I love this cutscene, but it's fight time.
So long as Night Song's in that cage, Ketherick will keep getting back up.
Right. Best boy to the rescue. Yep. The goodest boy. Good initiative. Picks up the balls. I want to switch up your elixir. I don't really have a meaningful one to apply. I guess Cloud Giant would be okay, but in there. Flying Earth Elemental kills me. It's great. Flying Roulette is another good one. Not unexpected.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Initiative. Initiative. You got this, right, Scratch? Scratch has got this. Not bad, buddy. I want the methods to take out the Mind Flayer.
I won't give in.
I don't want to spend my bonus action on that. I'm somewhat tempted to Sanctuary myself. I don't really think that's necessary. I should have used Force Tunnel so my action was available so I could start setting up Caustic Brine. But that's fine. I don't want Shield Spells Aelin. I don't think that accomplishes much though. How much movement do I have? 33 meters. Yeah, I have enough. Okay, so for anyone who missed my level 1 run, we're doing that strat, but leveled, basically. Good shit, Aelin. That's good. Can Seluna shell out and get her kids, like, actually decent gear? Okay. So, what do I do now? That was my brine, so Call the Weak. Scratch moving it onto my surface is still my damage. Oh, worse than causing brine damage? It sure does. That's just unfortunate.
Still breathing, despite everything. Still on my feet.
Gives Aelin a little reprieve, I guess. She's fine. What a turn, Aelin. Gonna fly so far away around before, just in case for whatever reason Merkel didn't swing his side. It was entirely possible that the intellect devourers all ran up to Aelin, crit her, downed her, so Merkel wouldn't have a scythe target, so he would call.
Nothing important is ever easy.
These count as cover? These block sightlines. I don't know if that's useful information, but it's certainly interesting. Boy, scratch.
Never a dull moment.
I'll need a sightline? No. I still have 77 HP for this strat, yeah. Definitely a much bigger buffer. Be accident. I was gonna use the healing potion here, but I need the healing potions for me. Try Aelin. Merkel will scythe swing this coming turn on Aelin, provided she doesn't die to Gaze of the Dead. No, this does not have much strength. They probably just break this one, right? Just roll good. Really? Gaze of the Dead? Yeet. Gaze of the Dead has a range. We're outranging it at the door there. In terms of sightline, yes, but like, this arena is really weird and you can just see through a bunch of shit you shouldn't really be able to.
Time to push my luck again.
Earth Elemental got frightened, it's awkward. Spike on Aelin. He's in the bone chill zone. Okay, so Aelin's gonna be down for the rest of the fight. Unless I can move her. Well, that didn't quite work how I expected it to, but fine. Yeah, when that method dies, the other two intellect devours will. Or Brian. Oh, there's a little pixel of no Brian. Wonder if Merkel will take advantage of that.
Well, so much for peace.
Gaze, and let cards are dead. Call. Took 3 damage. Now I cancel my concentration on Eagle Splendor. I cast Resistance. Vital Conduit Boots will give me 8 temp HP. And this is life now. Move up a bit. I can switch my elixir at some point. Colossus. Colossus would be great. I guess Peerless Focus is pretty okay too. Let's see what I have. I have Peerless Focus. I don't have Colossus available. Yeah, we'll do Peerless Focus for concentration. You are no longer frightened. Okay, do this. Scratch has done such a good job here. I'm not gonna bother healing him. The fact he survived a Call of the Damned. Goodest boy. He'll keep doing gaze as long as he has targets. Once my Earth Elemental eventually goes down, he won't do it anymore. Last turn of flight. Which is fine, I shouldn't need it after this. Brian should be big enough. See how, I took 3 on my temp HP here. Because I succeeded the saving throw. So this is DC 21. I don't have that much in the way of bonuses, but I have some. I'm not rolling with advantage because I don't have Colossus. So failing the saving throw means I will take somewhat more significant damage, but by casting resistance every turn, I'm getting the temp HP from Vital Conduit, and I'm improving my saving throws on this whole thing. At some point I should switch Ring of Protection for Whispering Promise, because better on the saves. I can switch from Haste Helm probably next turn. Something more beneficial as well. We could switch from Adamantine Shield to Absolute Swordward. Group saving throws further. Turn off moving camera. Good call. Where is that? It's off. I don't know why it's still doing it. I never turned it back on. It still just kind of does that, I guess. Stupid question. If you cast elemental weapon on someone else's weapon, can they benefit from your work all the week? Not a stupid question, but no, they can't. I could just kill them normally. I'm just being stupid. Sometimes being stupid is fun. Look, I have a friend. You broke combat? Huh? Wait. Wait. Is this because your hitbox is big enough to go through the door?
Come on, can't stay idle.
Infinite action points. No, if you join combat on a turn after the first turn of that combat, you don't get your turn. But I could probably finesse it and get the Earth Elemental in at the end of every turn, and then it would get to act on the next turn. I can't think of a way this is beneficial. It's just a thing, I suppose. I'm gonna use my action to switch a piece of gear, so I'm gonna use my bonus action to get this temp HP. Yeah, well, Wargaz's hat would have been great here. More damage. Roll initiative, Earth Elemental. Okay, behind me, Jake. That's Kevin. Kevin doing Kevin things. They got pulled in at the end of the turn, so it gets to act. Going large, your hitbox get big enough? Possibly, Freeway. I like where your head's at. Druid Wild Shape to an Owlbear or something else large. If they break combo with that, use Assassin Rogue or something to get value from it. Problem is you wouldn't be able to re-surprise things unless you somehow got like a Necromite out of combat. Then you could force surprise on everyone in the encounter. Might be something there. Found a pixel, I guess.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Okay, more gear to switch. I guess Whispering Promise makes sense now, but I could switch Nair Mister out for. I need to switch Flawed Helldust Gloves out. I want to have access to my bonus action shot. This. When did this become bonus action? When does Githyanki Mage Hand become a bonus action? Why is my Mage Hand bonus action at all? How did I get that? Oh, it's these gloves. It's these gloves! I always forget about that feature. I've obviously never used them for that purpose. There's probably a way to do that. One HP. Aww. Resistance needs a keybind, no? There's 6. There's the keybind for 6. There it is, okay. My brain's cooked, ignore me.
Another fight. Let's go.
This is the level 1 strat. Practice. For the next time I do a run like this. Everything you're seeing me do here is independent of class features. Resistance is like more efficient for doing this, but it's not required. Looks like a giant dong. It does. I took 12. I failed to save, didn't I? Yeah. In theory, use Guidance Amulet. You could. On low-level runs, you're more likely to be using the Aid Amulet here. My personal favorite pick on the low-level run was Periaptic Wound Closure to force max rolls on your heals. But you could use the Guidance Amulet if you didn't have another source of concentration. I did it raw dog with healing potions and no vital conduit boots. on level 1, but this is technically a better strat. This does require medium armor proficiency, whereas the healing potion strat does not. You would just wear Oakfather's Embrace and as much saving throw gear as you can while not proficient, and just, as I said, raw dog it. Something on your mind? No? No. How's your day? What are you doing later? Wish the music would account for me being back here. Might have to like actually step into the room in a way. Also, it's really hot right now. Holy. Look at the mini map. Yeah, Merkel is ahead of all the Necromites, so Merkel's gonna call, and they're all gonna get pulled out of range to do anything to me. This is life now. Once he gets low enough, he's gonna start calling them to heal him, and he has a finite number of heals. Unless they change this in patch 7. If they change that in patch 7, then this fight gets way more interesting again. Not that it's not already. I'm very proud of the amount of work that went into solving this. I think I'm gonna switch Nair Misser out for this hand crossbow +1, so that I don't have bonus fire damage going. Okay, I shouldn't have did what I just did. I'm gonna hex myself. Get duel's prerogative, Marina dies. Yeah, Marina has nothing to do with it. How does he die? See how he took 1 radiant damage there? He's taking damage every time he damages me. There's no save, it's just 1d6 damage. Eventually, after Merkel heals enough times, after he consumes enough Necromites, he stops trying to heal. And then we just wait. I roll there. I really wish I had a Colossus Elixir, that would be way better. I'd have an advantage on strength stuff. I don't think I have the mats to make one.
Another fight. Let's go.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. BRB. Where's my source here? There it is. Me back. Left us just like my dad. I am your dad. Go to your room. I rolled that time. Hey, cheese. Thank you for the 8 months. The 8 months. Sorry, my brain just broke at that amount of time. Thank you for 4 years resub. Jeez. That's a lot. Chat, Cheese is one of the people who made me actually want to start streaming. I know I always say it, but like, super awesome guy. You should check him out. Variety streamer, really good at shooters.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Can like aim and
Quag
stuff.
SIR.
Thank you so much, man. What's the plan now? So Merkel's gonna take between 1 and 6 damage every turn, and we sit here until he's dead. That's it. That's the whole plan. The Necromites can't get to us. He can't kill us. We just sit there and I cast resistance until he dies. It'll take a while. But this strat is completely safe if you can get set up in this position, as long as you have more than 18 health standing right here, you can't die. It's very slow, but like,
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I want the music to change back. Is it just not gonna? Okay. It is important that I'm this far away, because if I fail the save and get pulled, well, I forgot Boots of Striding are bugged, and I'm bugged out right now. Like, I failed the saving throw, still didn't get pulled. So that would have pulled me to here, and then I just run back. Ever knew you could cheese them like this? This is so complex that I kind of reject the label of this being cheese. This is something that efforts of myself and a few other challenge runners and our communities put together as a level 1 Merkel strat without exploits. There is a much easier way of doing Merkel at level 1 that doesn't require gear or scroll RNG or anything. That's just use smoke powder bombs. But that's not interesting. So this was the alternative. Normally doing long streams, been waking up late, so I assume you finished for the day. Discord also doesn't show you streaming. Does it not? Do I have to relink that shit again? Huh. Yeah, I've been doing pretty long streams lately. Usually around 8 hours, like where I max out, but today I kind of wasn't efficient with how much of the game I wanted to do. So that's why I'm still on here. This is like the big boss of this section of the game, so just after it'll be the organic stopping point. But yeah, I've been grinding. Oh, while we're here, tomorrow's stream is gonna be fun. We're gonna be celebrating the 1-year anniversary of BG3, and myself, Seihoke, the Power Hour, and Nazatur are gonna be doing 4-player co-op. You know, get 4 challenge runners in a room together I think between the 4 of us, we probably have 9,000 hours in the game. What time? My usual stream time. Fuck me, worked all day tomorrow. It's okay, there will be VODs. Or challenge runners walk the House of Hope. Between the 4 of us, we have 3 competent challenge runners. You just shut up. Shut up. Don't you start. Mark, if you don't stop being mean to Mark, I'm gonna tell Mark. I mean it this time. Like, once, twice, 3 times a week, this man will be like, hey, did you know you could do this? And then permanently change how I do a strat, because, no, I didn't know that, and yoink, that's mine now. I decided on a build. I'm heavily leaning towards doing an Eldritch Knight that uses Eldritch Blast, because the idea has been funny to me for long enough, and this is a good opportunity. And it'd be pretty gear independent. So I could kind of do whatever. If there's a situation where I didn't want to Eldritch Blast, I just don't have to. Because literally to drag me into Act 2 kicking and screaming. Listen, we gotta show you the Act 2 DLC. Pretty weird. I'm gonna need your help with it. But his game is cursed, chat. I've seen the AI do so much shit that I never thought it would have been smart enough to pull off. Like, did you know the torturers in Moonrise, the ones that are torturing Minthara, did you know that they are warlocks that have repelling blast on their Eldritch Blast, and they also have Cloud of Daggers, and they know how to use that in combination? I had never seen it. They will put a Cloud of Daggers on you, which will do damage when they apply it, and then do damage on your turn. And if you somehow live that, they will just knock you back into it. And you'll take damage when you enter it, and then you'll take damage when you start your turn in it. It's incredibly lethal. Confirmed kids at Meemaws tomorrow morning, and husband has a surprise Saturday off tomorrow morning, so on. Let's go. And blindness. They can cast like 5 spells. Yeah, I had never seen them cast anything except confusion, so that was all news to me. I don't know if I need to cancel my concentration. Let's see next time. 300 rounds Merkle fight again. It was 149 last time. I want to see how long it takes this time, doing the same strat. Aelin did not do as well this time. And this health bar is deceptive. We got to get him to the point where he starts healing, and then once he stops healing, we can consider just making progress. Okay, I don't have to manually. Okay, so what I do for the rest of this is, unless I take a huge amount of damage, I click 6, and then we go. Jack of full trade. This is what I've got right now. 1 warlock, then 1 sorcerer, then 1 monk, then 1 bard, then 1 barbarian, then another bard, then fighter, then another bard. Then we got druid, then we got sorcerer, then we got cleric, or then we got sorcerer, then druid, then sorcerer again, then cleric. No, sorcerer was early. Yeah, sorcerer was after barbarian, I think. Or did we get that early? No, we got the first sorcerer very early. The second level was before druid. I'm foggy on the order, but yeah, this is the distribution.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
You hit me hard that time. Yeah, I did mess up earlier in the run by being impatient and knocking Inquisitor Wargaz into a pit. Because I would have had his helmet on here, which would have resulted in anytime I succeed a saving throw on Merkel, there'd be a 50-50 chance that he would take some psychic damage. 50-50 because it's 1d4 and he's got 2 damage reduction, so 2 of the rolls will do damage and 2 won't. But I didn't end up getting that, so. That would have sped it up. No armor from Barbarian? What do you mean? I really wish the music was playing. I love this track. I don't get to hear it as much as I'd like to. I turned off dynamic camera, but it's just doing it anyway. Okay, he's calling for heals. So we are also out of Finger of Death range. So when he gets that, I don't care. He's definitely gonna get a heal off. If I was actually trying hard, I could go for, like, Aerobilmator or Orthon Bomb on him to slow down his healing. So he healed for 33. He won't do that infinitely, though. He will spawn Necromites infinitely, but he will not heal infinitely. The amount of Necromites he's going to try to maintain does slowly taper off. It doesn't completely stop. We just sit here, and again, this temp HP is from the Vital Conduit boots. Kind of things you guys see as exploiter cheese and other kind of questionable things as legit mechanics. Exploits would be things like Panty Cast. Free cast refreshes whenever your gear state changes, so you can unequip your underwear to get another use of free cast without having a long rest. That's an exploit. Absolutely an exploit. Region travel, I hesitate to label an exploit without context because sometimes you accidentally benefit from that. Intentional abuse of region travel is very exploitative. That's the word, right? So, you know, it can go in that area. But I will reiterate that my stance on challenge running is, unless you're running some sort of structured leaderboard, the only rules that matter are the ones that you think would be fun. So, like, for example, I don't like doing the dragon inventory, vendor's inventory to yours with the backpack thing. I don't do that. I also don't like using, bringing barrels and blowing up bosses. But me not wanting to do that does not mean that anyone else has to adhere to those rules. I use the rules that I like. respecs are the same, no long rest is easy, just respec all the time. Yeah, there's lots of ways to make no long rest trivial.
Sometimes the only way out is
We get more cinematic camera angle. We can like see him through the flesh to see. Need to stop adding those Sienta words. Gotta pretend to be respectable. Hopefully this won't snack my my camera back. It sure does. Should have brought a chair to sit in. Then someone's all with their own shield withdrawal is too strong for me. You can get there without exploits and cheese with
I won't give in.
just short rest potions. Like that's perfectly within the bounds of everything the game is supposed to be doing. So for that reason, a lot of people do just kind of allow themselves to refresh short rest things through other means because there's a way of doing it. Just a time save.
Keep going.
Doing AK tomorrow probably? Yeah, I'm thinking EK, Mark. Thinking EK, I take Alert at 4, Spell Sniper at 6. I won't really need to fight over gear or anything that way. I'll have good initiative. And taking Spell Sniper at 6 means I'll have 2 Beam Eldritch Blast when I grab it, so. I also don't care about what origin I'm playing. Whatever y'all want to do. If you have a preference. Thank you, Felicia.
Still breathing.
Add that to the
despite
title.
everything. Survival is all that matters. Nothing will stand in my way. Still on my feet. Let's go.
I'm not rolling these strength saves. I have a lot of bonuses. I care less about my concentration. I think actually switching to Cloud Giant makes the most sense here.
What now?
Switch my weapon for something else maybe. Stop spawning it seems. Yeah, it looks like it. Either the ones he's trying to spawn are popping in the brine or he completely stopped. Yeah, I guess he completely stopped. Yeah, he healed enough times, so he's not even trying anymore. Anything more interesting I could have here? Fear of Evening would be relevant. Let's be thematic. Blood Ollivander. rolling with minimum of plus 13. It's DC 21. I'm not rolling with advantage, but it's pretty good. Yeah, Colossus is something I should have made sure I had. Have advantage on that. But it's okay. Colossus with a Hill Giant Club would be good. Or Cloud Giant plus Spirit of Evening. Because yeah, this is obscured. It's not right now because Lathander's life, but obviously I wouldn't have that.
Is being a mind flayer so bad?
What did my character just say? Did you just ask if being a mind flayer is so bad? How did he do that? Did make sure to get Healing Word as well, so if it ends up in a situation where I need to use spell slots, stay healed. Yeah, it's a shame that there's nothing that does this job as well as Oakfather's Embrace. Because having chest armor available for this would mean you could have either Dark Justiciar Halfplate or Adamantine armor for some damage reduction. That would make the strat even better. But the only way you can really do it that way is if you go with Wargaz's hat, and that's so slow. That's just so slow. So we'll be here for a while. We're only on round 66. Going into 66. This reminds me of the True Strike video on YouTube. Yeah, that whole channel that did that video, I don't remember the name, pardon me, is a good representation of how knowing a few specific things is just applicable, and you could apply it to sort of any run. Like the whole, I beat the game with True Strike, I beat the game with movement. It's just doing the same exact thing. You're using the Reverb Boots. The Reverb Boots can make anything do damage eventually. And that's not knocking the content. It's the kind of thing that gets people's gears turning about what kinds of things they can apply to their own runs. Just an observation. Fracture, that's it. Thank you. Resonance Stone helped the hat. Merkel is not affected by the Resonance Stone, sadly. A lot of notable undead don't seem to be affected. It's not all undead, but the through line seems to be that everything I can think of that resists it is undead. Like, doesn't work on Cazador, doesn't work on Merkel. I could stand to be using parry after wound closure. Next turn I'll switch to Ring of Protection. Or I'll switch to Whispering Promise. That Bless at minimum is going to be the same bonus as Ring of Protection, but, you know, 75% of the time it's going to be more than that. So I will only have to heal every other turn to maintain that. It's a max roll. Very nice. Simple strats videos usually just half an hour. They don't overstay with the welcome IMO. Yeah. It's content that I'm very glad exists. Not would do anything for me right now. Helps my concentration. It's +1 Constitution saving throws. But my concentration doesn't matter because it's resistance. So in actuality, no. Blood Hell does come, I give you 2 more to saves. This isn't a spell. This is a class action. I don't have Blood Hell Dusk on me anyway. But Gaze is not a spell. Oak Fathers does not give the target a saving throw. Correct. If they are undead and they cause any amount of damage to me, 1 or higher, they get hit. Oak Father's Embrace is only a 1d6 on damage, and Merkel does have this this magical plate, so this 2dr. But that's why we're wearing Callous Glow, to add 2 radiant damage to this. So it's actually doing 3 to 8, but Merkel is subtracting 2. That's why Oak Father's Embrace is better than Circlet of Psionic Revenge, because this will always do at least 1. Yeah, if Boots of Striding weren't bugged, I hate that I'm benefiting from that right now, it's completely an accident, but if Boots of Striding weren't bugged, then on failed saves, I would have to run back up to the door. Like, see, I would have gotten pulled somewhere around here and run back. Failed concentration, but I was concentrating on resistance when the damage happened. So I should run without potions and scrolls. Not too bad, honestly. It just would mean there are a lot of resting or playing very specific classes. Very specific ways. Like, there are some fights where not having healing potions completely changes the landscape. This fight being one of them. It severely shifts things towards either absurd tank like this, or very high damage builds to kill the boss before he gets to do anything. Something like Answer is kind of the same story, where it becomes either kill him before he gets to do anything, or make it so he's completely unable to damage you. Raphael fight would just be don't let him do anything on his turn, which is easy enough to achieve. Hide him around the house, or knock him prone on his turns. Keep him stunned with Shield of Thralls, or paralyzed with Crawler Mucus. Which are not potions or scrolls. Consumables are super duper strong in this game. Super duper strong. They're one of the easiest ways to step your game up with any kind of playthrough. Using the right consumable in the right situation is like a huge thing to get in the habit of. But I know I've said this a few times today. Things can be simultaneously overpowered and overrated. The existence of healing potions in this game being like super available and super good does mean that healing spells are next to worthless, practically speaking. So yeah, in that way they're overpowered. But you know what's better than healing at all? All the strategies that make it so you don't have to heal. Because enemies are either unable to hurt you or too dead to hurt you. That's just defensive consumables. Offensive ones, yeah, a lot of them are pretty crazy. Stronger than a lot of class features in some cases. But we've also all seen class-specific bullying of the game. I imagine everyone has seen Assassin gameplay by now. Different flavors. Monk gameplay is very much, oh, you want to take turns? No. Abjuration wizards just don't take damage. Merfolk Father's Embrace? I sure am. Minimap? Yeah. It's a dick. Laugh at the dick. While we're here, let's workshop this a little more. Gear slot-wise, what could be put to better use? Could have different main hand weapon. Spear of Evening is an option, but like, since this strat is catered mostly towards low level, Aelin living for the Ketheric fight is very helpful. I don't know if I'd plan around Spear of Evening. What else helps saving throws? That works with armor on. You have enough healing? I don't really need healing. I'm using Vital Conduit Boots. Irish. He's already more than halfway dead. He stopped spawning Necromites, and I only have to heal if I fail a save. Because I'm casting Resistance every turn, which is giving me 8 temp HP from Vital Conduit Boots and improving my saving throws. I have Necrotic Resistance, so unless I fail this save, I'm not taking very much damage at all. Like, if he rolled minimum, I take 2 or 3, depending on how it rounds. It kind of ties into earlier, I was mentioning how it's a shame Oakfather's Embrace is in the chest armor slot, because if it weren't, then we could have a couple different armors that give 2 damage reduction, making this strat even more safe. I suppose to the tune of 2 damage reduction, an Abjuration Wizard at least level 2 can start equipping and unequipping gear to get their ward going while doing this. I'd be taking less damage on average over time with advantage on strength saving throws. Just my bad. But, I'm getting that. I could go and start Eldritch Blasting him anytime. Like, I could switch to Protection from Evil and Good. Just start Eldritch Blasting. That's not as funny. We got mileage out of Potent Robe on Ketherick. Imagine there were a healing cantrip. Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
That was almost as high as he could roll. Yeah, the max he could do is 18, I believe. Yeah, because 37 divided by 2 rounded up. Yeah. But that's why, having aid and at least okay constitution on level 1s. I do think there's a real argument for Auntie Ethel's boon on constitution for level 1 runs. But that's like a cursed thought. Also, don't tell Mark I'm talking about the value of constitution. Because I maintain that on normal runs, constitution's the worst stat. I don't want him to think less of me. Fuck is a constitution? K-Kona. Cat. What you catting about? You guys heard this cat malfunctioning? Come on. It's a cat.
Still alive.
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is. Oh, he's going. Okay, bye, Kevin. He was here for a second. Look at that Jake right here. It's another cat. See? Cat. Like wings taste better when consumed during a severe thunderstorm. That's oddly specific, but I'll let you cook. Last weekend I ordered some wings. And my stomach did not like them. I don't know if that was because I'm old and my stomach is picky, or if it's because those wings, something wrong with them. But it was not pleasant for like an entire day afterwards. That said, wings sound great right now, and I have not learned my lesson. Alright, what did we finish him off with? I forgot Karlach's head at camp. Sorry. Also, I don't have a Tavern Brawler. I wouldn't be able to do enough damage to hurt him with it. What do we finish Merkel with? We're not there yet, but we're getting there. Used to love wings for some reason. I had a pregnancy aversion to chicken bones and never got healed. Oof. I apparently really like bananas as like a little kid. and then later in childhood detested them, but as an adult I'm like, shit's great. What was young Ishmi cooking? It's likely the journey of wing acquisition during a severe thunderstorm, possibly. Nah, that doesn't sound right, Trade. It's got to be something else. Cat, whatever just came out of your ass smells vile. What did you do? He's looking at me like he's alarmed. Is that the plot of the new Twisters movie? My Picky Eater? No, no. Actually like trying lots of different foods. Oh yeah, 2 damage. So it can... It's round. Our resistance makes it round down. Okay. Pass the vibe check. Everyone's got their own tastes. I just, I like food as a whole, which is weird, because I also just physically don't have an appetite enough of the time. But I still like food. Round 136, boss, 1/3 life. It took 149 rounds last time I used a strat like this. And that was with Aelin doing more damage before she went down. This isn't so bad because the turns are going by real fast. Chat's still here though. I appreciate you guys. I'm sure this is not the most interesting version of this fight. And I'm not going to make a habit of using this strat. Full transparency. I just do want it like recorded somewhere. For reference for myself and others. Be like, okay, what exactly did I do? I'm bored. Okay, shovel. Not this strat to borrow? I don't think so. Maybe one person will be doing this strat while everyone else is attacking. Not the high roll. Funniest thing is, you've all sort of left things very open-ended for me. I don't need a lot of gear. Everyone planning the same way. Just like, okay, I want to maximize everyone else's options. Like, if that's the case, I'm happy to take all the Eldritch Blast relevant stuff. You know, Arcane Synergy. Maybe that too. Like, once I hit level 7, I'm gonna Eldritch Blast, and then attack with my weapon. But I'm probably just regular fighter until level 6. Level 1 confirmed stronger than level 11, by the way. Actual in-game fight club for Crusher's Ring. Maybe I play Wood Elf, so I just get movement that way. gets to keep Ring of Protection? Those will be the questions. Who gets Boots of Speed? That one is gonna cause fights.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Might be a caustic band kind of run too. For those ring slots. A trickster negate all of that. Sounds valid. Yeah, you can get your bonus action dash. Get all sorts of utility. Mm-hmm. No, I want to finish it. I want to do it. Merkel, don't take this from me. If I unequip my armor. Big jump. Jealous of Catherine. 1 hour fight. That's fine. I've taken an hour on other fights without stall strats. Look at all the necrobites.
Take it.
Yo, they all have loot. Money printer.
And now the picture comes. A temporary reprieve. But well, if the crown can do this to the... Ketheric was a follower of Merkel.
Oh yeah, I've had your proficiency. I can actually wear this. Probably have to use that. Oh yeah, I should save my game. Oh, Father's Embrace will be furious someone stole its kill. Rage impeded. I don't care about rage impeded. If I do something like... Wait, I can mobile flourish. Monks off the edge. I could Killer Sweetheart mobile flourish. Okay, yeah. Bard's fucking stupid. Get me off this thrill ride. Thrilling, just being able to unconditionally push anyone anywhere I want. Isn't that thrilling? I think it's thrilling. Gotta go get Brimskull Helm. Can't forget that. Unironically, if all these Necromites have something of, like, roughly that value, then this is a pretty good source of money. They don't all seem to have that. But, like, pretty good money. You guys hear Kevin meowing after, like, every time I say anything? I hope that's coming through. Cat. Cat. What do you want, man? Cat. Act 2 is over. I don't think it's super relevant. Yeah, money in Act 3 is like... Yay. Yeah, base of shoes work, I guess. Yeah, I can drop my
Thinking on all
disguise.
that you learned below. If you've got your breath, we ought to discuss our next steps. reminds me of old times, aren't you? These chosen have reason of when we they're beyond.
See you camp. Oh yeah, hang on. Here's the thing.
I can't wait to sleep.
Never done this before, so I don't know how it goes. It's just something I'm aware of.
You're here. Good. Me? Oh, I'm fine. I'm just worried.
Bard
about the
only
kids.
thing.
Maula's still missing, and they haven't taken it too well. I've been trying to cheer them up. We're writing a song together. But I think they're just humoring me.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I have an idea. Why don't we play together?
You can only say yes. Game is decided. No, you will be wholesome.
Yes! I've missed this. If you can't keep up, don't take it to heart.
I'm very good at this. See? You're gonna suck, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. I like how Minthara came up. Something about the visual of Minthara with all the tiefling kids. This could be very different in another timeline. Zelfira whistling? Yeah, I stole her shit. Yeah, give me money, Minty. Where'd you get that from? Is that my money you just gave me?
That was a blast. Thank you. I hope we get to play again sometime
You ever tried giving her a
soon.
different instrument? I've not tried that long. I should. Okay, so I should have like a better bardic inspiration somewhere or something.
That was a...
I don't know where that shows up.
Pawn off some of the stuff we find here. We could use the coin.
But yeah. No, fuck you, Withers.
In the curse.
Isabel, I'm still mad at you for that fight.
I have.
The stonework is sublime. It's almost
Arcus just isn't here. He's alive. He's just not here.
I'll take that.
Okay.
perhaps the Iron Hands could return here in the future.
Hey, speaking of temporarily still alive, hey Tally. Tally, bestie, buddy. What are you doing later?
It's a grim. Well, the way I hear it, the fighting's not done yet. You need to resupply.
I need Shade Clinger? No. I don't want Mighty Clock though. Mighty Cloth is nowhere near her most expensive stuff. Too high level. We need that. I do need that. give me that too. Be right back, Alex.
There are many more battles ahead. You hear health, but if we are to succeed, good.
Oh wait, I didn't talk to Minty. I gotta go do that. Minty!
I will never tire of to think. Indeed, she is the one who I will find her in killing Catherine. We have. Why come to Moonrise?
Thanks.
I, for one, will miss.
Oh, I
the
forgot to
Shadow
get Elven
Curse
Elegance.
for all the pain.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
mistake when.
That's fine. I think I got the one from Astoria. Yeah, I just don't have two. Whatever.
Hope your soul is in good hands. Then again, these towers are much like the Absolute.
Better be. It hasn't been that long.
Feels like forever.
Waypoint not turned off? No, it's there. Ellie doesn't care about cats. She does. We're doing nothing wrong.
Better be cautious. The road to Baldur's Gate is west of the town. The army will arrive before.
Put my crit immunity on.
Softer than a whisper.
You were witnessed assault.
Tally's on my side. That's incredible. Alright, Tally, good luck, Queen. Oh no. She still has vulnerability because the perilous stakes.
The Absolute will not win this day.
What was that turn? Thanks, Tally. You might have counterspell active. Oh, okay, there's the improved Bardic Inspiration. Inspire an ally to add a 1d12 to their next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. What's for long rest? Thanks, Alfira. Oh no, Tally! Tally died, chat. Who could have seen this coming? No XP for Tally. You're thinking of XP at a time like this. We just lost our friend. Is that an 82 damage Vicious Mockery? What? No, no, I saw that incorrectly. No, what do you mean? Stop it. No. No, okay. It was 22. It's 18. No, okay. We saw the 8 from Culba Week, and 22. I was so upset. Good. Good. Normal. Normal. No, don't go in there.
Very well.
Sorry, did you hear? It's alright by me. What are you even rolling? You have pretty good bonuses, actually. Want to do something funny, though.
Pipe down. I've got them. Behold, a most noisy cuck.
Wow. Oh, no. Yeah, I deserve that. Calling him a cuck, calling him ugly.
It vexes me to know it.
I guess I'll take the stack of 3 Chain Lightning and 4 Sunbeams. Chronically Online. Yeah, Githyanki Machain is ruined by the internet. Githyanki when they discover Twitter. Okay. So yeah, this playthrough, we'll continue this on, Monday. Okay, Kevin, I'm gonna get you whatever the fuck it is that you want in a minute here. Already space fascists, basically. They feel right at home. I feel like you're not wrong. Send that to camp for now. That's worse. Cat. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $18. That's massive. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Support means the world. Cat. That's it for today. So tomorrow's the big co-op stream. Same time, same place. There will be a multi-stream link so you can watch all 4 of us at once. Toggle between the chats, etc. This playthrough will continue on Monday. Because Sunday's my day off. Monday back to business as usual. So Monday we'll be doing monks, starting Act 3 stuff. Tomorrow, 4-player co-op. Thanks everybody for being here, for all the support. This has been awesome. Can Twitch load so I can like actually try to go raid someone? Thank you, Twitch. I appreciate it. Flint is on. Yeah, he's been on less than 2 hours. Yeah, cool. We'll raid Flint. Okay, Flint's another challenge runner, one of the nicest people on the internet. I referenced him earlier. He's absolutely just destroying the game on his first ultimate solo honor attempt. I'm sure you've heard of that challenge. Flint is a runner who's completed the game solo honor before that, and he was like, let me do this. And I don't think he realizes just how proficient he is. He's a very humble guy. So give him lots of love. I'll see you guys over there. After I get this cat, whatever it is that he wants. Bye-bye.
They ask you how you are, you